Great, thank you. So I'm going to read the required text before we kick off the meeting. Pursuant to the California Governor's Executive Order N-2920, this meeting will be held by virtual teleconference only with no physical location. Spoken comments via a computer will be accepted through the Zoom teleconference meeting. To address the board, go to zoom.us/join, and our meeting ID is 955-0337-0484. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, click on Raise Hand. The moderator will activate and unmute speakers in turn. When called, please limit your remarks to the time allotted. Spoken public comments using a smartphone will also be accepted through the Zoom mobile application. To offer comments using a regular phone, call 1-669-900-6833 and enter meeting ID 955-0337-0484. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, hit *9 on your phone so that we know you wish to speak. All right, thank you. So we should call this meeting to order and take attendance.
Okay, Chair Templeton?
Present.
Vice Chair Rupavar?
Present.
Commissioner Awchek?
Present.
Commissioner Heckman will be late today. Lowing? Commissioner Lowing?
Yeah, present.
Commissioner Riggs?
Present.
Vice Chair Rupavar?
Yeah, you called me. I'm present.
Oh,
I
sorry.
think we're missing Commissioner Suma.
Commissioner
Or
Suma.
That's the last person you meant to call.
Commissioner Suma?
Present.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go on to agenda item 1, city official reports. I should mention before we start to the other commissioners that we have little time notes on here today. So we'll be looking forward to your feedback if that is helpful.
Chair Templeton, I just want to point out that we have one oral communication today.
Oh.
Did you want to do that first?
Yes, sorry about
Okay.
that. Thank you very much.
All right, let's get the speaker timer up. Okay, so our first speaker will be Arthur Keller, and I see another person just raised their hand, Rangu, so I will be calling you after Arthur speaks. Arthur, if you can please unmute yourself, you may speak.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to the Planning and Transportation Commission, and I'm wondering of the arena allocation grouping. In other words, the Bay Area allocation of this, whether there is an opportunity for the council to speak to the arena allocation overall, and whether it is an opportunity for the Planning and Transportation Commission to give advice to the council. As of now, the council is not scheduled to vote on this to give public comment before the deadline for public comment, which is going to be on July 10th. And
Mr. Keller, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can we have this comment attached to the agenda item that's related, or do you want to speak on something that's not agendized right now?
I'm speaking on the ability of the council to speak on the agenda. So in other words, when the council to speak on their opportunity to speak before the deadline of June 10th.
I see. All right, well, please continue. Thank you.
So in order for the council to give to speak on that, they'd have to schedule a special session, which isn't going to happen. and they'd have to get feedback from the planning commission in order to make feedback on the regional allocation, of which you're going to be covering tonight. But this is not about that. This is about giving public comment on the total number. And I don't know how the city council is going to give response without input for the planning commission.
What did you want?
The city council should give a response with input from the planning commission, and which means a formal recommendation from the planning commission and a recommendation from the city council to give a response on the Plan Bay area overall numbers. And they have to do that before July 10th. Otherwise, our ability to modify that is lost.
Thank you, Arthur, for your comments. Okay, I see we have a raised hand from a user with the name Rengu. I will unmute you, but before you begin, can you please identify whether you want to speak on oral communications, on item not on the agenda, or whether you want to speak on one of the agenda items?
Hello, I'm not sure if it's on the agenda or not, my apologies. But what I want to talk about is the RHND process that's going to impact our town. And so,
yes, sir, that item is agendized for tonight. It's item number 3.
Okay, so do you want me to wait for that or?
Yes, so I will put you down as a speaker for that item. You will be our third speaker for that item.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us tonight.
All right, are there any other speakers from the public who want to address items not on the agenda?
Looks like we just have another raised hand. Oh, Rose, looks like she just lowered her hand. If there's anyone else to speak, please raise your hand now. Okay, looks like that concludes oral communications for tonight.
All right, thank you so much, Ben. All right, now agenda changes, additions, deletions. Anything changed, Ms. Tanner?
Nothing's changed on tonight's agenda. I think you noted the time. That is a new addition, I guess, overall to our format, but there's no changes to tonight's agenda.
Excellent, thank you for adding that. All right, would you like to give your report?
Sure, and I've got 5 minutes to do it before I go over time, so I'll be brief. You know, it's another week in the pandemic in our nation and in our county. You may have heard there was a little bit of not meeting of the minds, let's say, between the county and the state over the weekend, but really happy to report that has been resolved. So as of, I believe, Monday night, the county had received a variance allowing it to open. And so the health order that was issued on the 2nd was validated, and the state said, okay, you guys can go ahead with that. And so that's now in place, and it will become effective 12:01 a.m. on Monday, July 13th. And what it does, if you hadn't read the order, it's not very long. It's actually a pretty easy read. I think actually much more legible than some of the previous orders that have been issued. And it really outlines the terms under which certain activities can take place, such as people occupying an indoor building, let's say, for work. How many people can be in that space based on the square footage there. And some activities are still not allowed, like a children's bounce house or other things that are still pretty high risk. So it's good news, I think, even as we kind of see lots of headlines about the country and some uptick in our county, but Dr. Cody and the rest of the county felt comfortable moving forward with this. So that's exciting, good news for our local businesses and for hopefully setting what seemed to be kind of a new normal of how we might be able to go about some of our business safely. But a reminder to all that the order does say those who can work from home, those who can stay home, that's still the best way to prevent the transmission of the virus. And so encouraging people to still take all those precautions into mind as they are working from home, hopefully, or even as you're traveling about, of course, to wear your mask, which the governor has mandated, and to wash your hands frequently or use hand sanitizer if you don't have access to hand washing. We also are really happy that we, again, had two new two new building inspectors put into the budget for our Planning and Development Services Department. And so we'll hopefully be recruiting for those soon, as we do have lots of permits and things that are actually happening. So we're still seeing a good amount of activity in the construction field, and we don't know if that will be tapering off in the future, but we certainly will keep our eyes on that work. And then I believe I may have mentioned last week that Claire Campbell is taking the role as our long-range planning manager. She will start that role on August 3rd. And so we're hopeful to bring her forward to a meeting of the PTC just to introduce her again or reintroduce her in that role as we begin to really shore that program up. And you'll hear from Rebecca Atkinson tonight, who's a member of that long-range planning team. And really, we have a tremendous amount of work on that team. And so we're really glad to be adding more staff there. I also want to see, Vin, if you can promote Amy French. She was working with another staff member in our long-range planning team on a notice of preparation that there is going to be a development in East Palo Alto at University Circle. So Amy, if you can just say a few words about what that development is and kind of where that CEQA process is, in case any of our commissioners or listeners want to give any feedback to that process.
Hello, I hadn't planned on talking to this tonight, I'm sorry, but we did send a letter off to East Palo Alto today, which was in time for the deadline regarding the notice of preparation. They're doing an environmental impact report for that project at the border of Palo Alto, where the hotel is there. I'm so sorry, I have some background noise here.
It's all right, it happens.
That's about it. We can send the letter on for folks to see. All the planning commission, because Vin has that letter in his inbox.
Great, thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Great, so that's the most, I think the updates we have, but of course, if commissioners have any questions, happy to answer them, or if there's something that I've forgotten, things do kind of run together. So I'm happy to answer any questions or if there's anything you're curious about. But that's my report.
Thank you. I want to note the schedule that we have attached in item 1. I remember that we have talked about what to do with next week. Do we want to talk about that now or at the end of the meeting?
We can talk about that now. That's a good thing to point out. And some of it, people can also think about it and we can bring it back up at the end of the meeting if people, don't have all their scheduling quite set. So one of the things is that we are planning right now to postpone the Castellia meeting for a month to the August meeting, which is August 26th. And we want to make sure that when we release the final EIR, which will happen at the end of this month, there is sufficient time, more than the 10 days that are required for the public to review that final EIR. And so just to make sure that we had an abundance of time, we're moving that to August 26th, which will give the staff enough time to publish it in a timely manner and be very thorough, as well as enough time for the public and the commission to read that without feeling that they have only 10 days to get through that EIR. So that will be moving to that date. We did also get a potential query from the ARB actually after even our pre-meeting yesterday, Chair Templeton, that they may need to have us postpone the joint study session. They felt that perhaps they might not be ready for the joint study session on objective standards. And so we're going to ask them what the next best time would be. And we'll let you know as soon as we have that. It could be as soon, perhaps as September 3rd, but I want to make sure we can verify what that date is. So again, because the 29th, we don't have any items for that, we would look to cancel that PTC meeting on the 29th, which Commissioner Heckman already was going to be absent for. And hopefully you can use it as a little bit of a summer break for your Wednesdays if you are able to take one. But I just wanted to essentially say that some of the schedule is moving in flux, but we'll keep updating you, not just at these meetings, but in between as we know that agenda items might be changing, or certainly if any dates are going to be changing.
Thank you. It's really helpful to have the preview of the things that are in the pipeline and with the awareness that sometimes the dates can fluctuate. Yeah, so I see that Commissioner Riggs has a comment or question. Commissioner Riggs.
Yeah, let me lower my hand. So you said next week. I'm assuming that was all about July 22nd. Is that correct? Chair
so yeah, July 29th is our next meeting. Yes, sorry.
Or, yeah, July.
Now, July 29th is our next meeting, and that would be canceled is what I propose.
Yeah, okay. All right. So yeah,
Good catch.
we've yeah, just so all right. I was like, oh no, it didn't get on my calendar for next week. My wife's gonna kill me. So juggling routine. I actually just had a question, and I don't want to get us in trouble in terms of what's not been agendized, but the reason, is it adjacent parcel at University Circle? I'm sorry, I haven't been following that. That I know where the general location is. Is it parcel adjacent to the city to being in the city, or is it what's the geographic affiliation?
Like how
or
close is it to the border?
Yeah,
Of the city?
yeah.
I'd have to take a look at the address. I believe it's 7 University Circle. If you're interested, that's the proposed address. So,
But the property lines are really strange there.
Yeah.
The way they run. I mean, does it abut Menlo Park too?
possibly could.
I think the site may abut Menlo Park as well. So I just would be interested.
Yeah, well, we can certainly
Just in
send the
terms of,
letter. Mhm.
yeah, in terms of thinking about the functional adjacencies and the potential impacts, I just would be curious. So that, I guess, is my comment and also a question, because I wasn't.
No, I think that's great. We can definitely send you the information about the project and also the letter that the staff sent in response. And then also, just going back to the scheduling, one of the things that Chair Templeton noted with good eye for thinking about our commissioners is that August 12th is the first day of school in Palo Alto. So if that poses a challenge for any commissioners for the meeting that evening, just please let us know if that would need, you may need to be maybe at home in the evening or more available in the evening, possibly. So just let us know that so we can plan if we'll have quorum and kind of what we might need to adjust, if anything, on the 12th would be too much of a burden for your family. So I think that's it for the scheduling of the item schedule. There's a lot of scheduling items today, more than normal. So
More than usual. That's all right. Commissioner Lowing has a question, and then Vice Chair Rukovar.
Yes, thanks. Rachel, is the Kislea item only the EIR? Because the future agenda also lists the tentative map.
Yep. So it'll be on the let me just look at dates instead of trying to remember them. On the 26th of August, it would be the final EIR. And then I believe the next date, I want to say, is probably a month and a half later. We have the ARB scheduled as well in September. And so we'll be bringing, they'll have their meetings, and then we'll bring back to the PTC. There's not a lot of overlap, but obviously the project overall, some items are PTC items and some items are ARB. And so I believe we'll come back to the PTC, I want to say in October with the other items. But Amy, I don't know if you can correct me on that. We can certainly keep you abreast of the schedule for that as that moves forward.
Okay. The other question was, I know that in lieu fees are now supposed to come back to us again. So if that's sitting there, I'm wondering if we should try to slot that into 8/12.
Yeah, we could take a look at that.
Or sorry, 7/29. Because 8/12, you've got wireless. Either one.
Yeah, I can take a look at that with staff. And this is the parking and lieu fees?
I believe it's narrowed to commercial downtown. But PTC said, sorry, council sent that back to us. Again, it was supposed to come to us before, but it didn't, so they sent back.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowing. Vice Chair Rukovar.
Just Ms. Tanner, real quick. So confirm that 7/29 and August 20th are off, or are you still, is it like, can I just go ahead and remove that, or are we going to get further?
29, I would say, even if we could do in lieu fees, it probably would be in August, just because 2 weeks might be a tight time to turn around that DAF report. So I at this point, I would propose to cancel the 29th, and then the
August 20th.
I would say August 20th, it's likely canceled. I just wanted to give you guys a heads up. That's what was relayed to me yesterday. And so I'm pretty sure the 20th is going to get canceled, but I can send out written confirmation of all of this to your email, just so you'll have that written down. But that's what
very likely both canceled.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
And I should say that the joint study session, we would want to just postpone it, and we would want to pick a different date. They're just not ready for the joint meeting yet. They wanted to have a meeting of the ARB members because they've had their subcommittee has met, I think, once or twice, and then they want to meet with the ARB and then bring us all together.
All right, thank you. Any other commissioners? Okay, so we will move on to the next agenda item, which is a study session on Senate Bill 743.
And I'm going to turn this over to Sylvia Starlack from our Office of Transportation.
Thanks, Rachel. Thanks, Bob, for the presentation. Good evening, commissioners and members of the public. Transportation and planning staff are here with our consultant team from Farren Pierce to inform you tonight about changes in state law regarding the California Environmental Quality Act. Actually, I think, Bob, can you go to the next slide? Thanks. We're here to orient you to the council adopted project screening criteria and thresholds of significance and answer your questions about the new impact methodology. Essentially, the new metric requires new development to reduce the amount of driving it causes. This change to state law regarding the new VMT methodology requires a more holistic approach to land use and transportation interactions. While we still retain level of service for local transportation analysis, we can no longer use level of service to determine a CEQA impact. We will return to you with a review of our level of service policy at a future date and want to focus tonight's discussion on VMT, or vehicle miles of travel, as you will soon review VMT analyses as part of your work. Our consultants are here for an hour or so, and we'd like to maximize your time with our experts to respond to your technical inquiries. I'd like to introduce Bob Grandy of Farren Pierce, who will detail the changes to CEQA and our newly adopted thresholds.
Thank you, Sylvia. And I'm joined on the call tonight by Jarrett Mullen, one of my colleagues, so he'll be available for to help with answering questions. I have about a dozen slides. This first slide shows some of the key milestones. Senate Bill 743 was signed into law in 2013. There were two subsequent milestones that were important in December of 2018. The first was that the state adopted new CEQA guidelines, so it put into statute the direction that had been developed over the subsequent years by the Governor's Office of Planning and Research. So in statute, we have essentially the new CEQA guidelines documented. The other thing that happened is the OPR issued a technical advisory, and those are recommendations to agencies on how to implement the new CEQA guidelines that call for VMT as a new measure of impact for CEQA. So this slide on the right shows kind of the motivation, the primary motivation of the state in creating Senate Bill 743, which was to shift the emphasis on CEQA transportation analysis to one that emphasized three areas. One is greenhouse gas reductions. The second is in support for internal development. And the third is support for active transportation. Those are the three state goals that motivated the legislation, and it was identified in legislation as the intent or purpose of SB 743, and it's actually been placed in statute. So clearly those were the state goals or reasons for establishing the change in CEQA transportation analysis. So I mentioned the OPR Technical Advisory. It is a fairly lengthy document compared to the few pages of text in the CEQA guidelines. And it talks about the methodology for evaluating VMT. It talks about the screening and recommended metrics for impact significance. And it also talks about VMT mitigations and appropriate mitigation measures where impacts are identified. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is screening criteria. So the purpose of screening criteria is to very early in the process identify whether a project is essentially a low VMT generator and would be presumed to have a less significant effect or impact on the environment without having to do a quantitative analysis. So OPR identified a series of half a dozen categories for screening, and you see these on the table and I'll briefly walk through each of them. The adopted criteria for those match OPR's recommendation in all but one category, and that's local service retail, where the amount of square footage was reduced from what OPR had recommended. But essentially, these categories are ones in which OPR identified substantial evidence that if a project falls in these categories, and there are some additional details. This is kind of a summary, but in some cases, there's some additional details of criteria that they would have to meet. Then a project could be presumed to be less than significant, have a less than significant impact, and not require mitigation measures. So small developments. This is pivots off of CEQA's categorical exclusion, which is geared towards projects generally of 10,000 square feet or less. So OPR identified this daily trip threshold of 110 daily trips. Just as an example, that would be roughly up to about 18 to 20 multifamily units or 10,000 square feet of non-residential project or smaller would fall under this small development category. The second is projects in low VMT areas. These are mapped out by BTA based on the countywide travel demand model. We can talk more about that later if you have questions about that. The third category is projects in proximity to major transit stops. Generally, these are the Caltrain stations and projects that would be located within a half mile of generally of the El Camino corridor where there's high quality transit service. The fourth category is affordable housing. The fifth is local service retail. And again, I mentioned the OPR had identified anything under 50,000 square feet could be screened. The criteria that's been adopted is 10,000 square feet or less, so a smaller project. And lastly, transportation projects. So generally, transit, bike, or pedestrian projects would be screened, and roadway projects that don't lead to a measurable increase in vehicle travel would be screened. So that what would happen is staff would review projects, see if they met one of these screening criteria, do a brief qualitative write-up if it did, to document why a project has the characteristics that justify it being screened from a quantitative VMT analysis. So if a project isn't screened out and isn't deemed to be a low VMT generator based on this initial screening, then it would have to go through a quantitative analysis, and it would require a threshold so we could identify whether or not that project exceeded a threshold and therefore generated an impact. And this would apply to all of the projects that might come before the commission and the council that would require CEQA approval. So that include land use projects, land use plans, so that could be a comprehensive plan or a specific plan, or transportation projects. So all of those would require a numeric VMT threshold to be identified, and the project would be measured against that. So I'm going to talk briefly about the three sort of most common land use types being residential, office, and retail, and the thresholds for each of those. And then we're going to walk through a couple of case studies where you might dig a little deeper case studies, or that'll be our last few slides, or just after that if you have questions. So these are the three land use types I'll speak to. The first is residential projects, and the metric here is VMT per capita, or vehicle miles per capita, or think of it as VMT per resident. So what we would do in this case, if you had a residential project and it required a quantitative analysis, is we would forecast the total VMT generated by the project. If it's a multifamily project of say 50 units, you would identify the VMT from all of those 50 units, and then divide that by the number of residents that would occupy those units, and that would give you the metric. You would then compare that number to the existing countywide average, which is essentially the VMT from all residential units in the county divided by all residents in the county. So that's a metric that is identified by BTA through their model. And if the project's VMT per capita is not 15% less than the county VMT per resident, then you would have an impact. I would say in looking at VMT data for residential projects in Palo Alto, the Palo Alto residential projects generate less VMT than the countywide average. So the starting point for most residential projects is that in Palo Alto is generally that they're lower VMT generators. So the next is office projects. Here we'd be looking at, instead of the VMT per resident, the VMT per employee. So we'd look at the total trips generated by a project and then look at the length of those trips, which gives us VMT, and divide that by the employee. And similarly, the threshold here would be taking that value and comparing it, in this case, to the regional average VMT per employee. For retail projects, look at those a little bit differently. The total metric here is total VMT for the project, not an efficiency metric. So we're not dividing by the residents or the employees. We're just looking at total VMT generated. And the threshold that's been identified for a retail project that would need a quantitative analysis is no net increase. Maybe an example of how we might think about that is, well, first, I would say many retail projects are likely to fall in, smaller ones fall in that local serving retail category. And an example of a retail project that might be added, which wouldn't result in a significant impact, is where you might be adding, say, a grocery store to a neighborhood that didn't have access to groceries, say it was a food desert, if you will. That would be a case where you would actually be shortening the trips that those residents would be taking to get access to groceries and having a positive impact on VMT versus, say, a larger project that goes into an area with a lot of retail uses in that area that might have longer distance trips, if you will. That could be a project that would have significant VMT impact. So this table summarizes the adopted VMT threshold significance I talked about: residential, office, and retail. The first three. For a mixed-use project, this gets a little bit complicated. You have a choice. City staff would have a choice. In this case, if either looking at the land uses individually, you had sort of some two fairly significant land use components of a project. You might look at them individually, or you could look at mixed use from a collective standpoint and look at that collectively. So you will find that there will be other land use types that don't fit into the residential, office, or retail category. And in those cases, the city may have to develop an ad hoc threshold that is specific to the project and the project characteristics. Lastly, for a redevelopment project, what we would do in that case is look at the pre-existing use or the current use of the site and whether or not the proposed use is likely to result in an increase in VMT. If that happens, then you would look at that, the land use type, whether it be residential, office, or retail, and use those thresholds above. So we developed a couple of case studies, and I was asked maybe to spend a minute before I dive into these talking about how LOS and VMT might be similar or might differ. So I'll take a crack at doing that, and then we'll dive into these two case studies just to show what might happen as a project. A couple of different project examples might come about. But for LOS and VMT, the first few steps in the process of evaluating those are actually pretty similar. We would look at the total vehicle trips generated by a project, and then we would look at how those vehicle trips are assigned to the roadway network, how it gets assigned to streets and intersections throughout the city. That's where the two, at that point though, after those first two steps is where the two different methods diverge, if you will. For level of service, the next step in the process is to look at individual intersections and look at the impact to drivers, if you will. So for level of service, we're looking at the impact of delay or congestion to drivers. So we're looking at how many seconds of delay at an intersection might be added and therefore a driver might experience. For VMT, we're looking at how many vehicle miles are traveled on the entire network as a result of that project. And this looks at the entirety of trips beyond the city of Palo Alto. So there we're looking at the impact of driving on the environment more generally. In other words, how many miles of travel are people making as a result of adding that project to the network. And the reason why that has been identified by the state is that has a direct linkage to greenhouse gas emissions and therefore the state's goal of reducing greenhouse gas. So with that intro, the slide that you see has two scenarios, and it intended to apply to a project, a redevelopment project, where you're replacing a strip commercial with a multifamily residential project. And the reason we have two scenarios is it sort of depends upon where the project is located, what path you would take in this particular case. If you, for instance, under scenario A, that multifamily project was 100% affordable housing, or if it was a project within a low VMT generating area, that project would meet the screening criteria and it would be presumed to have a less than significant impact and no mitigation would be required. If, on the other hand, and this is covered under scenario B column, the project is outside a low VMT area and generally projects more towards the core, if you will, of Palo Alto, and I think of that as sort of El Camino and Page Mill, if you want a geographic location. The closer it is to the core, the lower the VMT, the more it is to the edge of town, you're going to generally have higher VMT characteristics. That's a general kind of statement. But if you're outside the low VMT area, you would need to conduct a quantitative analysis. If it's a multifamily project, that still may not trigger an impact. So you still may go through the quantitative analysis, determine that that project is below that 15% below the county average, and therefore has no impact. In the few cases where you might find an impact, it's probably going to be very close to the threshold based on the data that we've seen. And so you probably would have relatively modest VMT mitigation. So that would be a case, those are a couple of examples of how a multifamily residential project might fare through the VMT process. So the second one is an example of an intensification of office uses. And we have sort of the same two scenarios, A and B, and this is a redevelopment project as well. So on scenario A, if that office project is within a half mile of high capacity transit corridor, El Camino, or it's within a half mile of a Caltrain station, then we would do a couple other checks. Is it have high density, FAR greater than 0.75? Does it have reduced parking, coincident with being next to transit? Is it consistent with the comp plan and Plan Bay area? And is cumulative VMT citywide trending downward? Those kind of situations are in place, then that office project would be screened and presumed to have a less than significant impact and require no mitigation. If it's that office project is not in the transit priority area, it would be required to conduct a quantitative analysis. From the data that we've seen from the model, it's likely that a significant VMT impact would occur and that mitigation would be required of that project. And VMT mitigations focus on ways to reduce vehicle trips. So it would be trip reduction measures like increased work from home, carpooling, vanpooling, transit subsidies, a whole range of different measures designed to reduce vehicle trips to that particular site. And next steps, Sylvia, did you want to cover this one or did you want me to? This is our last slide.
Thanks, Bob. I got it. Okay. To recap, the council has adopted the VMT resolution on June 15th, and staff are currently using VMT to analyze transportation impacts of development projects. This fall, staff will develop and bring to PTC and council a TDM ordinance update that will help bring in line our TDM ordinance with this with these changes to CEQA. Council asked when they adopted the VMT resolution and the local transportation analysis policy that retained LOS. They asked that staff come back to them in 6 to 9 months to review the level of service policy. And we would bring this to PTC before taking it to council. So that will come to you. At the direction of council, following the Sustainability Climate Action Plan, that is scheduled to be adopted in 2021. Staff could return to PTC and council to adjust these CEQA thresholds that we're talking about tonight to align with SCAP policies. So for example, if the SCAP recommended that we use different CEQA thresholds, if council wanted us to change to those, we could do those. We could do that. So just because we've set these thresholds doesn't mean we need to keep them, but we will have to provide some kind of justification for why we would do that. This concludes our presentation. We are available to answer questions about the VMT methodology and thresholds, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you both so much for this presentation. If anyone has any comments from the public comment on this, please raise your hand. Ms. Starlight, can you tell us what, I remember you mentioned we have some time bounds on this discussion. Can you tell us what the remaining time is?
So I think we have Bob for an hour or so. So
maybe another half an hour. Okay.
Okay.
All right. And I don't see any hands raised from the public.
Well, we do have one hand raised from earlier, which is Mr. Arthur Keller. Earlier, he did indicate that he wanted to speak on this item. So is it okay if we do his public comments now, or did you want to do that a little later?
We should do it now.
Okay.
But Mr. Keller, is this the item you wanted to speak to?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, could you please put up these slides?
Well, we have to put up the speaker timer.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Keller, we're not able to display the slides and timer at the same time.
All right. The CEQA thresholds for CEQA thresholds for LOS are different from the CEQA thresholds for VMT. For example, VMT doesn't affect it for residential, doesn't affect at all around El Camino, which means you could build a 100-story building on the corner of Page Mill Road and El Camino and it wouldn't count. 100-story building at Page Mill Road and El Camino and it wouldn't count. On the other hand, a 100-story building would count for LOS thresholds along El Camino because it would add a tremendous amount of traffic on El Camino and as well as Page Mill Road. That's probably our busiest intersection in the entire city. And yet we could not count the thresholds of that kind of construction. So I think that we have to implement LOS thresholds because of this. In addition, I don't quite understand the analysis on VMT thresholds with respect to El Camino and the other criteria there, because it says for office projects, it has to be below a threshold. It does indicate that there is a baseline which indicates home-based work, and I'm not understanding whether home-based work applies to this threshold because it is not being applied through other frameworks such as their housing needs. So I'd like to understand the consistency of this metric with respect to the consistency of regular, of housing thresholds and other thresholds as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur, for joining us tonight. Looks like we have another speaker. We have Suzanne Keene. Suzanne, if you can please unmute yourself, you may speak. I'm sorry, Suzanne, there appears to be something wrong with your microphone, perhaps. It's very high pitched. Hi, Suzanne, can you try again? All right, let me disable and then re-enable your microphone again one more time to see if that helps. Okay, Suzanne, if you're there, can you please try to speak? It looks like Suzanne may be experiencing some technical difficulties right now.
All right.
Rachel, you're muted.
Maybe if you could display the phone number, she could call in, and perhaps if she's able to call in, we can return to public comment if she's able to do that.
Sure, yes. Let me get that back up.
So Suzanne, if you can see the screen, we're going to show the Zoom call-in number, and that may have, just with your regular phone, you can call in, and that may have better luck than it sounds like we're having over the internet. Yeah, I'm sorry, Miss. I think it's Keen. We're still not able to understand you.
Suzanne, if you can please call in the number you see on the screen here, which is
1-669-900-6833, and the meeting ID number is 955-0337-0484. And we'll leave that up just for a little bit. I know commissioners may want to have the slides up there, but maybe just a minute for her to write that down. And then while the discussion continues, and we'll watch the attendee list for you, Suzanne.
Thank you, Ms. Tanner. So let's move on to commissioners. So commissioners, please raise your hand if you have questions for our presenters about VMT. Don't be shy. All right, Commissioner Suma, followed by Vice Chair Rupivar.
Okay, don't mean to always go first, but no one was raising their hand. So I have a bunch of questions about, well, let me first say, obviously we have to comply with state law, but this is one of those things that a lot of people are very concerned about. I've read a lot about it, and there seems to be a lot of confusion around it, and that different cities will interpret it differently. So and when we talk about screening, I think that what that means is those projects will not have to be evaluated for under VMT. So I am wondering just basically how the baseline VMTs are calculated. It's really kind of strange to me. So I was wondering if you could go into how the baseline VMTs are determined. And I did want to say that I do have concerns along the lines of those from the caller, Mr. Keller, about assumptions about certain areas. I was wondering if low VMT areas, how those are calculated. So I don't know if I'm addressing this to staff or Mr. Brandy from Fair and Peers, or if it's Ms. Starlack, who should I address the questions to?
I'm gonna ask Bob, because what you're essentially asking about is the model, the VTA travel demand model. So I'm gonna ask Bob to answer that question in terms of the baseline VMT calculations.
Yeah, before I get to that, let me maybe back up and talk about the screening process. The first thing that I would want to mention is that one of the questions that city staff would take a look at as they're looking at determining whether a project should be screened is consistency with a comprehensive plan. So if there were, for instance, a 100-story building that was proposed where it simply was not consistent with the comprehensive plan, and then that could be a trigger for the staff to determine that we're not going to screen that project. It needs to have some quantitative VMT analysis done in order to make a determination of whether it has an impact. So just because a project's located in a low VMT zone or close to transit doesn't mean it's automatically screened. You have to look at characteristics of the project, consistency with a comprehensive plan, consistency with even a regional plan. Those are kind of things that you would consider and then make a determination, because the screening is really intended for projects that are obviously low VMT generators and also are consistent with plans. If you're not meeting those kind of criteria, then you would need to do a quantitative analysis.
Okay.
There's a question about level of service and what CEQA level of service thresholds, but level of service can no longer be used in CEQA, so there are no longer will be level of service analysis in CEQA, and so those thresholds won't apply. But the council did direct staff to do level of service analysis as part of the entitlement process, and bring that kind of information to the council for the disclosure purposes.
Okay, and how are the low VMT areas determined? Does a state do that, or does a city do that?
No, so the low VMT areas are determined by the same tool that we would use to actually do the VMT analysis. In this case, it's the Santa Clara VTA countywide travel demand model. And I would say that the baseline is essentially, for now, it's the 2015 baseline model version that VTA has created. And so there are maps that are being developed, and they will be available so that people can go online and say, if I have a project at this location, what is the VMT characteristic of that location, and is it a low VMT area? And so that information will be made publicly available in a screening tool that is being developed by VTA. And I would add to that the baseline is established at the time a project starts the CEQA process. So whatever the numeric threshold is today, 5 years from now, it will be different, because it's the baseline that is in place at the time the project starts their CEQA process. So at that point in time, we'll use the current version of the VTA model to determine the countywide or region-wide VMT threshold value, and then the project's evaluated against that.
Okay, and I've said this before with regards to other issues, but the considering bus transit for any planning decisions is very troubling to me, as the bus is not a given. It's very, the VTA is constantly reducing bus lines, especially in the North County. So, when we may have a bus today that we don't have a year from now. So basing it on bus as a rich transit and making that a lower area is kind of troubling to me. There was something on page 17 of the OPR that acknowledges that redevelopment will likely cause VMT to go up. Can you talk about that at all? Because that seems sort of at odds. That I don't know if you know, but it is on page 17 about
don't have the advisory in front of me, so I don't know the specific reference that you're referring to.
Well, it's on page 17. So, I mean, we're looking at a lot of redevelopment.
I would say that there's no one singular statement I can make about the effects of VMT because it's all context specific to individual projects. There are certainly cases where redevelopment projects could generate higher VMT than the use they're replacing, and potentially cases where it would generate lower VMT. So I could, I think the two examples we gave of the case studies were both situations where, in the first case, you built multifamily residential on an existing commercial use. That's the type of redevelopment project that is likely to either be screened out or be a low VMT generator and have low VMT impacts. So residential reuse of a commercial property is most likely going to be a low VMT generator. Intensification of office use, particularly outside of areas adjacent to transit, is likely to be a high VMT generator and have an impact. So if you want a general statement, that would sort of be what I would say in terms of the likely outcomes of looking at different types of redevelopment projects.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
This is Sylvia. I just wanted to add one more thing. Doria, I appreciate your reluctance to base planning on bus service, and BTA has reduced service, and it has not, it's not been great for our community. I do want to mention though that BTA has let us know that communities that create transit supportive corridors will receive VTA service. So I just want us to be mindful of that, particularly as we start thinking about the next item on the agenda. How we develop or how we accommodate growth in the future will, in my mind, actually be a transportation issue. It's not just a housing or growth issue. It will be a transit issue. And if we can develop in ways that support more and better and frequent transit, then I think we'll be in a better place regarding greenhouse gas emissions and VMT.
Thank you, Ms. Starlack. Just heads up to the commissioners who are going up next. I believe I have Vice Chair Rupavar and Commissioner Riggs, and anyone else who wants to raise their hand. We only have Mr. Grandy for a limited amount of time, so please try to keep your remarks around 5 minutes plus or minus so that other people can have a chance to speak. Thank you. Vice Chair Rupavar.
Thank you, Mr. Grandy. I had two quick questions. The first one was, so the screening criteria, the VMT screening criteria, is that, first when I read it, I thought that as long as you meet those, or below those thresholds, then you're automatically in and you're exempt and you don't need to do a quantitative analysis. But now it sounds like there's still a subjective kind of case-by-case project analysis that's going to be done. Are you automatically exempt if you are under these, or no?
Well, let me say that I wouldn't characterize it as an exemption like you would have in other cases in CEQA, because there still would need to be a qualitative documentation of why the screening the determination was made. What I would say is this, is that context matters, and where a project is and how a project is designed makes a difference. And if you take for instance, a residential project and you put it in a location that's not near transit, it's not in a walkable area, it's not near services where, that's a project that probably is going to have characteristics that it wouldn't make you think it's a low VMT generator. And so therefore, that type of project, you would likely not screen, and you would say, we need to do some evaluation to determine whether or not it is a low VMT generator and whether it requires some mitigation. So I think we've developed with staff a list of questions that, considerations, but it really is context sensitive to the project and how it's designed. The other thing I would say is the amount of parking is a significant factor as well, because if a project is fully parked at zoning requirements or even exceeds that, then that's maybe a signal that it may not be a low VMT generator, especially if it's in conjunction with being in an area that's not walkable or near transit or near services. So those are the kind of things we would want, or that you would want to evaluate as part of the screening, and then document and say, this is why we either did or didn't screen it.
Okay, and I think this dovetails into my second question and answers it. And that's why, like with respect to retail, it's going to really be case by case kind of basis when you say no net increase. It's not tied to anything like the office and the residential is, like employee or whatever. It's going to be a little bit more, what is it? Where is it? Do we feel it's going to increase or not? Right. So there's going to be a little bit more of that qualitative. Got it. Okay.
Well, if a retail project is more than 10,000 square feet, and it's not local, well, I would say yes, that is the case. But if we go to a quantitative analysis, what we would do for a retail project is do a scenario-based comparison. We would look at an area of the city without the retail, then we drop it in, that retail into a model and say, how does that change the travel? Does it of that part of the city? We might look at the whole city if it's a bigger retail project, or we might look at a few neighborhoods if it's a smaller project, and say, what does that do to vehicle travel in that area when you add that retail compared to a no project? So that's how retail would be evaluated a little bit differently than the other uses, because it influences travel from those uses around it.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair Rufar. Commissioner Riggs.
Thank you so much, Chair Templeton. And I just got to apologize because I'm managing my children's dinner at the same time because I'm single parenting night, and we ordered local tonight, so they're going to get a delivery. So I just in the middle of this, I'm just going to put everything out there right now. I have one comment and a question. As I think this first the comment. It's really hard to consider VMT without considering job housing mismatch. So I think that's really one thing that we really have to think about. We are a housing, a job light, so I think some of our locations we are we have a little more job rich, housing light, and to a certain degree, I think that's what we're fighting here. But we have to think about, in the new COVID reality, I do think we have to think about enriching jobs in some of these locations where we're thinking about housing at the same time. So I don't think it's a zero sum formula. And that context piece is really important. So I'm glad you mentioned that, Mr. Grandy. And I think the only thing, it's kind of a question / comment, Mr. Grandy, because I think I want to understand, and maybe this hasn't been mapped out yet. Sorry, maybe this hasn't been mapped out yet, but do we know how we're going to do the analysis? One thing that I actually really think that needs to be a part of the analysis for the next year is thinking about trip generation in the same way we think about VMT. I think one of the fears I have is that we may see a decrease in VMT, but an increase in trip generation, and something that actually doesn't match what we see in the traditional IT handbook. And so to a certain degree, I just think it's important to map that out, because if we are revisiting also our TDM formula, we actually may need to revisit our TDM playbook at the end of that 1 year period as well. So maybe I don't need a response to that right now, but I guess to put out kind of my hypothesis there is that I wouldn't want to overly penalize higher density development, particularly for projects that benefit our emerging bike and ped networks. And I think that's where I'm a little concerned about a higher density project, that where we may see particularly South Palo Alto, gentlemen, we may see South Palo Alto a little penalized in terms of not really fitting in that that traditional high capacity rail corridor, all that being very highly connected to San Antonio as well as downtown via bike ped. So that's it. I guess I thought it was a question and it came out more as a comment. So I'll yield to everyone. I don't need to comment again.
Thank you.
Hi, Chair Templeton. I just want to give you a quick time check. We're 45 minutes into this item.
Okay, great. And did we find out if our caller was able to check back in by phone?
We do have a phone caller. They haven't raised their hand, but it could be Suzanne here. We could give it a try to see if it is. And we also have 2 additional raised hands as well.
All right. I don't see any other commissioners with their hand up at the moment, so I'm okay to reopen public comment. And if all of the folks with their hands raised in the public are speaking on this item, keep your hand raised. If you're raising it in preparation for the next item, I ask you to take it down. And once we close public comment this second time, you can raise and be prepared for the next item. Okay, so Vin, please take it away.
Yes, Medina, can we get the speaker timer, please? Thank you. So let's try Suzanne first. So there's a phone caller, last 4 digits, 1373. Can you please confirm whether you are the speaker from earlier?
Yes. Yes, I called in before.
Hi, I'm sorry. There's some echoing because I think it's because you're watching the meeting from 2 sources. Looks like you're probably on your phone and also on your computer. If you can please mute the sound on your computer, otherwise it's causing too much of a feedback loop.
Hello?
There's still a little bit of feedback.
I don't know what to do.
You could log off of the.
I think maybe you should just proceed.
Log back in if you want, or you can, yeah, you can continue.
I think I'm in the wrong section. I want to speak to the RENA numbers.
That's great. So we will be on that agenda item next.
Okay.
So we'll go back to you then. Thank you.
Okay, so then our next speaker will be Beth Rosenthal. If you can please unmute yourself, you may speak.
I want to also speak on the RENA numbers, so I'll join you when it's time for that.
Okay, sure.
Thanks.
Okay, then our next speaker will be Greg Schmidt. If you can please unmute yourself, you may speak.
I also am trying to speak on the RENA numbers.
Okay, sure.
All right. So we'll close public comment again and see if any other commissioners have questions for Ms. Starlack or Mr. Grandy. Commissioner Heckman. Welcome. You are muted, sir.
Thank you, Chair Templeton. I wanted to first have the minutes reflect that I apologize for being late joining this meeting. I did join about 6:45 at the end of the first round of public comments on this item. And the comments and questions I have, I don't think any of them are directed to Mr. Grandy. So I think they're directed to staff. So if there are other commissioners who do have questions that are best fielded by Mr. Grandy, I would yield to them while I understand he has a limited availability.
I don't see any hands raised, so you may continue.
All right. So the first question I had, and again, I think these are all directed to staff. I saw in the staff report that the thresholds of significance came to the council on May 18th for a study session. I went back to them last month in June, I think, at which time they adopted new thresholds of significance. And so I was curious as to why that didn't pass through the Planning Commission before adoption by the council. And I think I may have the answer. it's not in the staff report, but I think I learned from a different source that under this state evolution of CEQA, moving from LOS to the VTM, that became effective as of July 1st. And so we really needed to have our VTM threshold of significance in place by July 1st, which of course was last week. And so I'm wondering if staff can tell me, is that the reason that there wasn't really time to bring this through the Planning Commission before council adopted the new threshold of significance?
Yes. Oh, Philip, do you want to answer?
Yeah, hi, Philip Kemi, Chief Transportation Official. I figured I'd spare Sylvia at least one response here. So yeah, that's essentially the reason. It was, in order to meet the state deadline of July 1, we needed to have it adopted. Actually, the process of moving it forward started even earlier with council and was actually delayed. Otherwise, we would have liked to have taken it to PTC. But due to the deadlines and what happened with COVID and meetings getting canceled and trying to figure out, we needed to keep it moving forward. And it actually should have been scheduled in an earlier council meeting, but got delayed. So it actually would have been even earlier when PTC was still trying to figure out how to start back up its meetings.
Okay, thank you for that. So I get at it. It makes sense. It was necessary. Oh, Sylvia.
One thing though, we can come back to PTC after we've told council we can come back to them after the SCAP has been adopted to reevaluate these thresholds. So we would take it to you before we went back to them.
Okay. All right, that's appreciated.
And this is Bob, just a quick note, most cities are taking that approach, that these are their initial thresholds, and then they're going to go through either a 1, 2, or 3 year period of experiencing them, and then look at making adjustments. And most agencies are doing something similar to what Palo Alto has done, which is adopting something close to OPR recommendations with a few tweaks here and there.
I feel like we're all going to have to keep adding on, but just to add on to that a bit further, I think what, as Commissioner Riggs pointed out a bit earlier, this is something where we might have a changing environment and we might really need to reanalyze these things on an ongoing basis. So we're definitely going to be open to that.
All right. And for my initial read through of the thresholds of significance, I don't really have any issues of those that the City Council adopted that were consistent with OPR and the retail, which they had they adopted a different threshold. But the process is what interests me, and really for the PTC to be able to provide its expertise, particularly on this issue when the PTC is fortunate that one of its commissioners is an expert in this field, and I think that Commissioner Riggs can really drive a lot of these issues for the PTC and add value. And so I'm anxious for us to be able to provide feedback, which really ties into kind of the second thing I noticed in the staff report, is that this fall the TDM, the new TDM, is coming back. Will be coming, and it's not clear from the staff report whether that's going to come to the PTC before it goes to council. And so I'd like to make a pitch that it come to PTC first.
It will.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Confirming it will.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then the only other the other question I had, again, drawing from the staff report, I see that the council retained the analysis of LOS, and Mr. Grandy mentioned this a couple minutes ago. And so now my understanding is a new project that would come in next week would do both the LOS and the VTM. Is that right? Potentially?
Sorry, I don't know why I couldn't unmute. Yes. If it was a project that was subject to CEQA, then yes, it would do both.
Okay, because the VTM will be the CEQA requirement and the LOS is a separate city requirement.
But both have screening both have screening measures. So if a project is below a certain trip level, it wouldn't have to do the LOS analysis, or it gets screened out of VMT. So there are screening steps for both.
Okay, all right. So the concern I have is as I read the staff report, which I thought was really comprehensive and informative, it seems like one of the reasons that, and I actually watched the 3 video links, which were very informative too. But it seems like one of the benefits of the new VTM approach, in addition to being focused on emissions, is that it's a simpler, less expensive analysis, and in that sense, it reduces the barriers to development, and particularly to infill development. And so my question is, and I think there's a statistic in there that it maybe is a fifth of the cost and I realize these are generalities, but the VTM analysis is maybe a fifth of the cost of the LOS. So my concern is, instead of getting this 80% reduction in cost, which encourages infill development, instead by adding the LOS to the VTM, now we have a 20% increase and more obstacles to infill. So my question of staff who were there when the council decided to retain LOS is, what was their thinking to hold on to LOS when it's no longer a legitimate threshold for CEQA purposes?
So I see Raphael is here. I was not really around when that decision was made, so I don't have the background on that, but is there other staff or other commissioners who were watching when in the comp plan process when that decision was made? Because I don't unfortunately have that history. I just know that we needed to retain LOS when we adopted the VMT thresholds.
Yeah, not that I was here, but I will say that that was part of the comp plan. And I think that was somewhat of an assumption going into the process, and something that, some of the council members, had requested, and actually some, in fact, stated a preference to have LOS instead of VMT should we have the choice, but understanding that this is a state requirement that we have VMT for certain decisions.
All right, then I think my follow-up question is what would the process be to eliminate that requirement from the city process for development applications? I know that part of the answer, I think, would be the elimination of comp plan policy T-2.3. So how do we go about that and having a dialogue about whether to retain LOS?
Yeah, so I think that is a broader question. I think that really is a question of, how do we revise the comp plan and get in there and make those changes, which is not that it's not related to this discussion, but it is a deeper discussion.
Yeah,
I would just add, sorry,
go ahead.
that I mean, there obviously is the process to amend the comprehensive plan. So if there was a decision to have an amendment, staff prepare that, bring that forward to PTC and through the various channels to amend the comprehensive plan. And then, specifically to speaking to the adoption of the VMT, I think that was a pretty robust discussion at council in terms of Vice Mayor Du Bois's suggestion to maintain some type of local level of service analysis in this process. And at the risk of trying to remember back that far, all of a few weeks ago, I believe that part of it was linked to the idea that LOS is something that is meaningful to Palo Altans and in a way to understand the impact of development. So by maintaining both the new VMT and the level of service, perhaps there's a little bit of a crosswalk of like, what does this development mean in ways that both satisfy the CEQA, but also can satisfy curiosity and wanting to understand from the perspective of citizens.
Well, maybe I can weigh in too, is from an academic standpoint, is that particularly now with a lot of the trip generation manuals not being responsive to particularly right sourcing services, there's a lot of unknowns in terms of how much VMT programs will actually reduce the number of trips, particularly on local roads. So I do think that it's something just to pay attention to over the coming year as we evaluate the success of the program. And that's really what was embedded in my comments as well.
Okay.
I would add, I don't know if you're able to put the pocket slide up about the little comparison between LOS and VMT. One measures the impact to drivers and the other measures the impact to the environment. But the idea is, it sounds like it's the language that people in the community are ready to understand, and getting used to the new language of VMT is part of the reason that they're keeping it for now. But, I think it's up to the community and staff and potentially the PTC to help make the case of what's the best way to measure the impact.
I was going to add, since I was on the comp plan group, if I may.
Yes, please, Commissioner.
Yeah, so we know from the citizen surveys that traffic is one of the things citizens care about a lot. So understanding that we have no idea what traffic is going to look like because of the pandemic in the future, there was a real concern about creating intersections where there was just total gridlock. And that was based on concerns about pollution from idling cars and also emergency vehicles. Already you can see emergency vehicles pre-COVID and normal times on El Camino that actually are stuck, that have to drive, like say they're trying to go southbound, there's such gridlock southbound that they have to go in the northbound lanes. So there was a concern about losing that metric as for planning purposes and safety and pollution too, and idling and also concern about especially El Camino and wanting to put more housing along the El Camino and the impacts of people living in those housing with gridlock.
All right. Commissioner Heckman, did you have any more comments?
No, and that was really helpful background, and I can understand at least how it's desirable to retain LOS during this, what I'll call the transition. But given, as Philip said, and Mr. Grandy, that it's anticipated really that we're going to live with VTM for a while and then fine tune it. So I expect we're going to see it again at the PTC. It may be a year, maybe 2 years from now. But what I would hope is when we do see it, whenever that is, that this question of do we still need to retain LOS is back on the table to be part of that dialogue. That's all I had. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Suma, you had your hand raised. Did you have additional comments? Commissioner Suma? Okay, she may have made her comments. All right, I don't see any other hands raised. I know we're close to the end of our time. Last call for Commissioner Suma, or any other questions?
Yes.
Oh, there you are. Hi.
Sorry.
Do you have any additional comments?
Yeah, it was my question earlier about this displacement issue. And at the top, it starts on page 17 of the OPR, which is the manual basically. And it acknowledges that residential redevelopment will likely displace people because the new buildings will be, which I think is interesting for our next discussion also, this is residential, the new residences will be more expensive, so there will be displacement, and that you have to figure in the new VMT for the displaced residents. So I was just kind of wanting to make sure that I understood that correctly, and how would anybody know how far away displaced people had to move? It sort of was confusing, to be honest. And I can read it, but I don't know if Mr. Brandy is still with us, and maybe Ms. Starlack knows. It's top page 18. If a residential or office project leads to a net increase in VMT, no, that's the wrong place. As described above, a project or plan near transit which replaces affordable, naturally affordable, also residential units with a small number of moderate or high income residential units may increase overall VMT because displaced residents' VMT may increase.
Right. So I think the point that OPR is trying to make there is if you essentially are redeveloping a site which has affordable housing with a site that has high income residential units, that those high income residential units could be generating more trips per unit and therefore have a net impact on VMT. So I think that's what the point that OPR is trying to make in that particular comment.
Yeah, and they also specify even naturally occurring more affordable units, which is of course what older existing units are. But how would the displaced person's VMT impact be analyzed and added to the impacts of the new project? It just, because that's what it says.
So in that case, you would not screen out a project, and you would want to do a quantitative analysis, and you'd be doing a comparative analysis of the prior project that was, in this case, affordable housing, compared to the new project, which is high income residential units. And you'd look at the number of units, the trips generated, the VMT characteristics of that type of land use, and you do a VMT comparison and see if it increases the VMT. If it's conceivable, I suppose you could replace a 40-unit project with a 20-unit project, and the net increase might be less VMT, even though you generate more trips per unit. So I think you'd have to look, if you're replacing like for like, 40 units for 40 units, you're going to have likely a higher VMT. So I think you'd have to look at what exactly is the case here, before and after.
Also, to interject here, can you clarify when you say affordable, what it has, what are you referring to specifically?
It's a really good question because OPR doesn't specify exactly what level of affordability should apply. They just refer to it as affordable housing. So I think that's one of those areas where OPR has left it up to each agency to make their own definition.
Thank you.
Well, they do specify in the area I cited with a footnote that includes naturally affordable, which we normally take to mean older housing stock that's already here is more naturally affordable than new. Okay, well, that seems, that just stuck out in my head. It seems to also relate to our next topic also on the agenda, but it does acknowledge, the way I read it, it acknowledges that displacement is going to cause extra vehicle miles traveled. That was the point I wanted to make.
Yes, there are definitely cases where that would happen.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you all for this presentation and a good discussion and study session. So I think we're ready to move on to the next agenda item. So as we head into this next agenda item, I'm going to ask all those in the public who wish to speak, if you can raise your hand through the course of the presentation. And by the end of the presentation, it would be helpful for us that are planning this meeting to know how many speakers we have so that we can run that portion of the program appropriately. So, all right. Thank you, Ms. Starlack and Mr. Grandy. And on number 3, who will be leading that presentation, that study session?
Good evening. Chair and Vice Chair and Commissioners. We're going to have Rebecca Atkinson leading that presentation. And I wonder if Mr. Nguyen, before we begin, would want to remind the users how to find their raise hand button in case they're not familiar with its location. How can folks raise their hand, Mr. Nguyen?
Yes, the raise hand button should be at the bottom of your screen. There should be an icon with a hand, and it should say raise hand on it. And by clicking it, the icon will become blue, and that indicates that your hand has been raised. If you're calling in from a phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9.
Great, thank you. And so I'm going to turn it over to Rebecca Atkinson. She's been with you before. She brought us the wireless item. So working on, she does a lot of big picture thinking about how to create strategies, policies. And tonight we'll be talking about Plan Bay Area and the regional housing needs allocation. So Rebecca, take it away.
Thank you. And thank you, Vin, for moving the slides for me. Thank you in advance. So good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to host this study session with the Planning and Transportation Commission tonight on Plan Bay Area 2050 and the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, which is commonly referred to as RHNA. Tonight, I'll give an overview of Plan Bay Area 2050 and RHNA, next steps in these long-range regional planning processes, and upcoming public engagement opportunities. The study session allows the PTC and members of the public to ask questions and provide feedback regarding these processes. Staff hope through discussion to gain an understanding of PTC and community perspectives on the information available on these processes to date. Staff will bring these topics before City Council in August. We anticipate further release of information on Plan Bay Area 2050 and RHNA in the meantime. Next slide, please. Currently underway, Plan Bay Area 2050 is a key regional planning process. State law requires that regions throughout the state have regional transportation plans and sustainable community strategies. In our region, these are combined into Plan Bay Area. ABAG and MTC are the agencies charged with creating, updating, and adopting these plans. The plan has a lens focused on a regional growth pattern involving 4 key issues: the economy, the environment, housing, and transportation, but it does not change local land use authority. Next slide, please. The draft blueprint is the first draft of Plan Bay Area 2050. It weaves together 25 transportation, housing, and economic and environmental strategies alongside an expanded set of growth geographies to advance critical climate and equity goals. Here are the published components of the draft blueprint. Today we had some difficulty accessing these, some of these documents, and MTC staff worked to get the web links working again. So please find them online. These documents were released on July 6th, so just this week. And MTC and ABAG seeks feedback through August 10th regarding the components and how to advance and improve upon the strategies for inclusion in the final blueprint. Next slide.
Just to clarify, you said August 10th?
August 10th.
Okay.
For the draft, then they'll move into the final and there'll be another comment period.
Thank you.
Growth geographies are the areas within the region upon which MTC and ABAG staff will overlay the strategies in the plan. There are 3 primary geographies that include Palo Alto. Priority development areas are mapped in red. These are locally nominated by Palo Alto and are urban areas within a half mile of high quality transit that are planned or will be planned for housing and or job growth. Transit rich areas are mapped in dark green. These are the areas within a half mile of a rail station or another transit line with peak headways of 15 minutes or less. High resource areas cover a lot of areas within Palo Alto, but those that are mapped here in purple are those within proximity to bus lines with 16 to 30-minute headways. Staff will correspond with MTC and ABAG regarding challenges, discrepancies, and the underlying data for the growth geographies. Next slide. This slide shows the next steps for Plan Bay Area 2050. Next month will include significant public outreach on the draft blueprint, including a regional equity and access workshop on Thursday, July 30th, and a virtual town hall for Santa Clara County on Wednesday, August 5th. Staff will review both the draft blueprint and the final blueprint and provide analysis. It's important to reemphasize that Plan Bay Area 2050 does not impact a jurisdiction's local land use authority. Palo Alto still retains authority to adopt local land use regulations, including zoning. Next slide, please. So we're turning to RENA now. RENA is the process by which the state allocates housing unit production across the state, region by region. RENA focuses on housing production at a variety of income levels and attempts to allocate the forecasted housing needs across the region using a methodology created by regional representatives. Next slide, please. The RENA process starts with the state. The Housing and Community Development Department gives ABAG the Regional Housing Needs Determination. This was received by ABAG on June 9th, so just recently, and contained a determination of 441,176 new housing units for the region total. It is based upon the State Department of Finance forecast for the region, as well as adjustments for vacancy rates, overcrowding, and overpayment on housing costs factors. The ABAG Executive Board has declined to appeal the determination to date, and the appeal deadline is July 10th. Next slide. The determination for the sixth cycle is about 2.3 times higher than the last fifth cycle, which was 187,994 units for the region. For context, Palo Alto received 1,988 housing units during the last fifth cycle RENA process, and Palo Alto planned for 2,187 units. No rezoning was necessary to accommodate that number. At the end of 2019, midway through the cycle to 2023, Palo Alto had issued building permits for 554 housing units across affordability levels, with most progress made at the above moderate income level. However, Palo Alto is not on pace to meet its RENA for the fifth cycle, nor are many other jurisdictions in the region, as shown in this table. Next slide, please. Moving on to the RENA methodology. ABAG is responsible for allocating the HCD determination amongst the San Francisco Bay Area's 101 cities and counties in terms of total allocation, as well as by affordability levels. This allocation process is important, as state housing law requires that jurisdictions update their housing elements to show how each jurisdiction will comply. State housing law takes into account equitable housing distributions, affordability, access to opportunities, and additional considerations. Next slide. Toward the goal of developing the sixth cycle RENA methodology, ABAG convened the current Housing Methodology Committee in October 2019. Members of the committee are elected officials, staff from cities, and stakeholder groups. While no decisions have been made to date, the draft methodology is likely to be released in the fall, likely around September 2020. The Housing Methodology Committee continues to meet, including tomorrow, July 9th. Next slide. There are a few overall options for allocating housing units that are under consideration by the Housing Methodology Committee. Under the factor-based income shift approach, total units are allocated to a jurisdiction, and then an income shift factor is used to distribute that total among 4 income categories. This was the approach used in the last RENA cycle by the Bay Area. Under the bottom-up approach, factors and weights are used to identify the number of units distributed amongst income categories. The sum of these is then equals a jurisdiction's total allocation. This is the new approach being considered. In the coming slide, I'll discuss the income shift approach first, followed by the bottom-up. However, as mentioned before, the work of the Housing Methodology Committee is ongoing, and they meet tomorrow, and the public is welcome to attend. They will discuss options for incorporating Plan Bay Area 2050 forecasts into the RENA methodology. Next slide, please. The first option looks at 10 exploratory factors and distributes the total RENA based on these factors. You can see 3 of the top initial methodologies explored to date. The housing units allocated to jurisdictions across the region could be based on these mix of factors or others. For example, Under the Housing Jobs Crescent option, jurisdictions would get 50% based on an equity factor. In this case, the factor is access to high opportunity areas. Another portion is based on job factors, such as job proximity to transit, jobs housing balance, jobs housing fit, and future jobs. This last portion uses the transit connectivity factor. Each of these top 3 initial methodologies uses a different mix of factors. Next slide. City staff use the ABAG visualization tool to identify the range of hypothetical RHNA allocations for Palo Alto under each of the top 3 initial methodologies. These are compared to Palo Alto's hypothetical baseline allocation. This hypothetical baseline allocation reflects the number of existing housing units in 2019 and applying a standard hypothetical growth rate of 16% for the region to Palo Alto, as well as other jurisdictions. The result at this 16% growth rate is a hypothetical allocation of 4,475 new units. For reference, Palo Alto's previous RHNA allocation was 1,900. All allocate more housing units to Palo Alto than if the allocation is based on a standard regional growth rate of 16%. Next slide. As the Housing Methodology Committee moved deeper into discussions, they discussed how affordability levels could be allocated. Here's a chart showing the income shift approach. It takes a jurisdiction's total housing unit allocation and shows how that total number could be distributed between the affordability levels using different income shift percentages. On the right-hand side of the screen, and at a 0% income shift, a high opportunity area and a higher average income jurisdiction, such as Palo Alto, could receive an income allocation that reflects the current income distribution. The RHNA assigned to that jurisdiction would then require most units to be above moderate income. As shown in the center of the screen, 100% income shift means the jurisdiction's income allocation reflects the existing income distribution across the entire region. In discussions, Housing Methodology Committee members have expressed support for between 100% and 150% income shift, which would close the gap between a jurisdiction's existing income distribution and the region's distribution as a whole in a shorter period of time. The income shift approach, again, would use total allocation as a basis. Next slide. A significant number of Housing Methodology Committee members were interested in exploring a bottom-up approach to build the levels of affordability and total allocation to each jurisdiction. ABAG updated their modeling to explore the bottom-up approach further. The bottom-up approach separates the region's allocation of the affordable housing units and the market rate housing units. It then uses the exploratory factors to allocate these units. The slide shows an example of a 2-factor bottom-up approach. While other factors could be used, in this example, the bottom-up approach uses high opportunity areas and jobs housing fit factors for the affordable units. The market rate units use the jobs proximity auto and the jobs housing balance factors. The total allocation for a jurisdiction we built from these component parts. And next slide. Here's an example of a 3-factor bottom-up approach. When you see the 3-factor approach relative to the 2-factor, you can see how the methodology could become more tailored towards addressing key housing affordability topics in the region. As with the 2-factor approach, everything is totaled up from the component parts. And for more information on these various methodology approaches, please refer to attachment E in the staff report. Next slide, please. This slide shows the upcoming schedule for the RHNA process. Ultimately, once finalized, the RHNA for Palo Alto will form the basis for the update of the city's housing element. The housing element, which must be adopted by January 2023 and certified by HDD, must include zoning that accommodates RHNA housing units within the city. Staff intends to correspond with the Housing Methodology Committee, sharing feedback on the methodology, including questions and suggestions for improving it. And staff welcomes PTC's feedback and questions, so those can be included in the correspondence. Next slide. Moving toward the discussion portion of the study session, staff poses these key questions to kick off. For Plan Bay Area 2050, What are your hopes for Plan Bay Area 2050 to achieve for Palo Alto? And when considering a regional growth pattern, what are key topics that Palo Alto might find challenging? For Rena, which of the factors do commissioners feel most aligned with the values of the Palo Alto community? And is the bottom-up approach of interest, or does the total allocation with income shift approach seem to make more sense? Next slide, please. If you have questions after the study session, staff can be reached using the following contact information. And now can we move back to the key question slide? Thank you. This concludes our presentation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Atkinson. That's wonderful. So again, to the folks that are dialed in and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand. And all right, so we're gonna proceed with 3 minutes based on the number of folks with their hand raised. So Mr. Nguyen, please take it away.
Okay, thank you. I will be calling speakers based on when they raise their hand first. So our first speaker will be Russell, followed by Arthur, then Rangu, Beth, Greg, the phone caller, last 4 digits 1373, Joseph, Terry, and then Tom. And then I see Kelsey has just raised the hand as well. If there's anyone else who wishes to speak and whose name I did not mention, please raise your hand now. So our first speaker will be Russell Starlack. If you can please unmute yourself, you may speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Commissioners, thank you so much for letting me speak. My name is Russell Starlack, and I've been a resident of Palo Alto for the past 22 years. Ms. Atkinson's presentation makes clear that we will be expected to build at least 4,000 new units of housing for the next RENA cycle, if not more. It will be the responsibility of this body to account for these additional housing units by advising the council on revisions to the city's zoning policies. I'm speaking with you to comment on the importance of this task. Despite our self-perception as a liberal and diverse community, Palo Alto has repeatedly failed to zone for the amount of housing necessary to keep our housing market accessible to those in almost every income category looked at in the study, except for the highest. This is demonstrated by our past performance of RENA and our current median home value of $3.1 million. Of course, this is not a new phenomenon, nor is it restricted to Palo Alto. For over half a century, low-density zoning has allowed for mostly white suburban communities to own homes which appreciate, while at the same time confining communities of color to inner city neighborhoods where they experience housing stock deterioration, loss of access to educational and economic opportunities, and police brutality. It is the cause of the inequality that we see today. And over the past month, many of us in this community have begun to really look at the systems we put in place to perpetuate racism and segregation. Our local housing market is one of them. As a city, we cannot honestly say that Black Lives Matter, that we support racial and economic justice, while at the same time allowing our zoning policies to continue to segregate minority and low-income home buyers to neighborhoods in other cities like Oakland or East Palo Alto. Having grown up in this community, I know how special a place this is. Zoning for denser, affordable housing will not take that away. To truly realize the tolerant, progressive ideals we champion as a city, we have to stop thinking about zoning solely in terms of development and density and begin to understand these policies in terms of equity and economic reality. As you go through this process, please ensure that the homes you zone for will actually get built. This could mean eliminating strict lot area density requirements, minimum lot size requirements, height limits, and loosening parking requirements. This is what commitment to real systemic change will look like. Painting a Black Lives Matter mural on a street is powerful, but not as powerful as actively working to populate that same street with a racially and economically diverse community of residents. That's the city I want to live in. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Russell, for your comments. Our next speaker will be Arthur Keller. Arthur, if you can please unmute yourself, you may speak.
Thank you. The first questions I have are with respect to the comments about first the map exceeds. The map has comments that staff has with respect to the issues. And I'm wondering whether the staff will be producing its report to the letter by the Friday with respect to the comments that are listed here. The second issue on packet page 24 and 25. The second issue is that the issue is on table 4, and that is, if you look at table 4, there is a percentage, and let's suppose that the percentage is a 16% chosen for Palo Alto. That's 16% of the housing units, and that means that the number of residents will be double that if there are two housing members per housing unit. That means that we're going to be increasing our number of residents by at least 20%, at least a significant increase in the current number of residents. And I don't understand how we're going to be accommodating this building. In addition, if we accommodate the building of 20, we accommodate the total building of a large number of units, we're talking about building affordable housing. And where's the funding going to come from this affordable housing? Because we can't produce the affordable housing ourselves. We don't produce affordable housing. We don't produce any housing. We enable housing by zoning for it. And simply zoning for affordable housing doesn't mean people will build it. So one of the problems that I have with this is that it assumes that people will build the affordable housing, but it doesn't show how that will be done. And lastly, my concern is that that people will basically say, oh, well, don't park on the street. You don't need parking. Well, in order to have no parking, that means that the available streetscape will be parked will be not available for parking because more and more cars will be there. Like if you look at the Ventura neighborhood, there already are completely full of cars parking everywhere. And therefore, if you build taller buildings there, where are they going to park? So I have concerns about where the building will go, where the building and where it'll be allocated towards this RENA allocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur, for joining us tonight. Our next speaker will be Rangu, but Rangu, I see you have lowered your hand. Can you please confirm whether you wanted to speak?
Yeah, I want to speak, make a quick comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Basically, I'm after listening to the presentation just now, I'm a little confused, but I'm still worried about this July 10th deadline. What does it mean? This in terms of extending the discussion deadline, the appeal of the final regional housing determination that expires on the 10th. And so is that somehow close the door on our ability to, that is basically Palo Alto's ability to make any changes? Is one question / concern. And also, if I read it right, the process that has been followed has not basically conformed to this California code that mandates open discussion on a variety of ways to deal with local jobbing housing balances. ABAG and HCD have not done this, and the unattainable regional housing numbers and their methodology for distribution that have resulted from their truncated process are not legally valid. This is something that I'm concerned about. Are they valid? If not, who is going to challenge it? Is the city council looking into the matter? So it's like, I have a bunch of questions rather than just comments. And lastly, the ability for the public and community, especially in areas that were sort of shown in high impact areas in the red, I think in the previous presentation. I live in South Palo Alto in the Ventura, South Ventura, closer to Meadow. So I'm not right next to Page Mill Road. But in terms of the impact, whole bunch of housing, low cost, medium cost, and moderate cost, all those things. If all of those housing numbers are going to be put in this neighborhood, then the impact is huge. It's really not uniformly distributed throughout the town. And so that is definitely a concern for residents here. And how is that taken into account? Or do you say that, hey, you guys are already in a crowded area, we're just going to crowd you more? If you are not living in the Professorville area, tough luck. Is that the answer? So these are some of my concerns and questions, and hopefully somebody in the city council, the planning department will address some of these issues in a rational way. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us tonight. Our next speaker will be Beth Rosenthal. If you can please unmute yourself.
Good evening, commissioners. I have written to the council to ask that the city attorney request an extension of the deadline of the appeal of the final regional housing need determination, which expires on July 10th. The council has been woefully inactive in bringing this issue to the public's attention. While Mayor Fine has stated that he has attended many meetings on this subject, the council has not been proactive in putting this item on the council agenda to give the community any sense of what lies in store for it if the allocation is enacted. I am disturbed that these important pending developments have been kept from the public view, perhaps because these are policies which are supported by the council majority. I hope the council will make this request so that the jobs growth model, which may no longer be accurate in light of the current pandemic, does not force upon us a reality in terms of excessive development that few have anticipated. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth, for your comments. Our next speaker will be Greg Schmidt. Greg, if you can please unmute yourself, you may speak.
The material before you tonight has some startling implications for our upcoming housing element. The assumptions underlining these RHNA mandates call for a doubling of housing units required in the Bay Area, but a tripling of housing units in Palo Alto. These numbers are based on a jobs-driven forecast in already jobs-rich areas, will cost billions of dollars in subsidies in Palo Alto alone, along with the likely loss of control of neighborhood zoning. The critical point, the assumptions behind these jobs numbers have not been examined and discussed in any public forum. Yet the very California government code cited by HCD explicitly calls for exploring alternative means of assessing local jobs housing imbalances, such as job dispersion. The local job imbalances are huge. Between 2010 and 2018, the ratio of new jobs to new employed workers in Silicon Valley was 3.3 to 1. It is 6 to 1 in Palo Alto and our neighboring cities, while it was only 0.3 in San Jose, Oakland, and the other cities of Alameda and Contra Costa counties. The legal right to have any public discussion on the jobs assumptions that lie behind these dreadful imbalances expires in 2 days. Ask the City Council tonight to extend the deadline for public discussion so that our council and our citizens can be involved in these critical job decisions as demanded by the government code. Note that earlier this evening, the Cupertino City Council voted to send a letter to HCD to extend the deadline. urge the council at least to follow the Cupertino example. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg, for your comments. Our next speaker will be Suzanne. Suzanne, if you're there, can you please unmute yourself? I'm really sorry, Suzanne. Looks like you're still experiencing the same issue from earlier where your microphone just sounds really distorted. We can't make out the words that you're saying. Suzanne, if you don't mind, can you please call back in on your phone? Because earlier, at least we were still able to hear you, but now we can't really hear you at all. Okay, Suzanne, I do apologize, but I will have to skip you for now because we cannot hear you at all. If you don't mind, please call back in on your phone and we'll make sure to come back to you at the end.
Ben, can you display the phone number for a moment again? I know that conflicts with the timer, but just in case she doesn't have the number handy.
Sure, 1 second.
So Ms. Keene, the number is 1-669-900-6833. And the meeting ID is 955-0-337-0484. Thank you, Ben. You can continue.
Okay, thank you. Medina, can we get the speaker timer back up? Thank you so much. Our next speaker will be Joseph. Joseph, I see you have lowered your hand. Can you please confirm whether you still want to speak?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed with your comments.
Do I hold the space key down? Is that what I do? I've never done this before.
You should be able to let go now. Or actually, no, it looks like you do have to hold it down in your case.
Okay, good. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to give you my comments. I support Beth Rosenthal and Greg Smith's prior comments and the need for public discussion and extended comment period before RENA numbers are finalized. I think it's clear to all of us that the past methodology has not worked well in virtually any respect. We don't exactly know what the new methodology will be. Rebecca, in her presentation, which went by very rapidly for me, said that, quote, it's unlikely that the previous methodology will be used for the upcoming cycle, which means to me that the methodology is unknown at this time, at least not known to the city or not known to the public. Looking into the future, we definitely need a different methodology. The new normal that will be in place when COVID-19 is successfully conquered, and we all know that we want to have that happen sooner than later, will be significantly different than what we've had in the past. We don't know the extent of remote working as opposed to in-person in-office working, but we know there will be a significant impact that likely will affect the jobs and office space that will be held in the Bay Area and particularly Silicon Valley. We need a process that has public input before the methodology is established. Then the methodology should be established and used, and the results of that methodology come back to the public for further input before there's any finalization of the RENA numbers. Frankly, I think there's no need to rush given COVID-19. Everything is changing. One would suspect that office development will slow down. One would expect or suspect that jobs and where they're performed will be changing, as I mentioned before. So I think there is the request before you to ask City Council and the City Attorney to appeal the current determination by this Friday. And I support prior comments that be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joseph, for your comments tonight. Our next speaker will be Terry Hozemer. Terry, if you can, actually, Terry, it looks like you were using an older version of Zoom, so I actually can't unmute you. But what I can do is temporarily promote you to panelist so you can turn on your microphone. So I'll go ahead and do that now.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Please give us your comments.
Okay, I'd like to comment on the Plan Bay Area 2050 and of course its implications for the future and the arena numbers. I think it's really important that a real public discussion and involvement process take place. Many of you may not be aware of this, but I have because I've been watching it. There has not been a public involvement process, and there has not been a public discussion of these issues. I wish that you would ask two key questions tonight in your study session. The first one is, how could tonight be your first public discussion on a major plan that affects all of Palo Altans, Plan Bay Area 2050, and of course the arena impacts? Part of that is, why did staff wait so long before bringing this to the attention of not only the commissioners, but to the Palo Alto City Council? A major decision will be made this coming Friday, and it's time that we have a way of an opportunity to speak as a public and have public involvement, and I encourage you to launch an appeal on the arena's regional numbers before this Friday. My second question to you also is related. Why has the City Council not had a single public discussion on Plan Bay Area 2050 or its impacts on neighborhoods? This is a major plan that not only affects one area of the city, but all areas of the city. I think we need to ask more deeper questions as why this stuff is going under the radar. Staff has not informed the public, nor have our elected officials really on these important impacts, or even how we could appeal these impacts. I find it regrettable, even shameful, that these topics have not come up before you before now. I think it's time that we extend the deadline immediately of July the 10th so that the public really does have more opportunities to speak and to tell these people who are a non-elected body, again, ABAG, MTC, they are not elected by the people. They are appointed, so that we need to have an opportunity to speak to them and voice our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry, for joining us tonight. Our next speaker will be Tom. Tom, if you can please unmute yourself. Hi, Tom, if you still wish to speak, please unmute yourself. I see you have lowered your hand, so I'll give you a couple more seconds. Okay, seeing as how Tom has lowered his hand and not unmuting, we can move to the next speaker. Our next speaker will be Kelsey Baines. Kelsey, can you please unmute yourself and you may speak?
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Kelsey Baines. I am the Executive Director of Peninsula for Everyone. We are a pro-housing advocacy organization of neighbors for more neighbors. And we were actually also very disappointed when we heard the regional housing need determination number, as we had expected it to be somewhere between 600,000 and 1 million. So we expected it to be much higher. HCD used a Department of Finance population projection instead of Plan Bay area population or expected population, which was unexpected. So it was just a much lower number than we had hoped. And we really think a number this low is really planning to fail and planning to continue on in a housing crisis. We know that we need to build more inclusive housing in our region if we're going to address our climate emergency and if we're going to dismantle structures of segregation. And we organized, along with our regional partners, to attend the public hearing of the ABAG Executive Board and also the ABAG General Assembly. Probably 40 to 50 of us spoke, asking ABAG to appeal for a higher number. We were acknowledged at the second hearing by President Arreguín, who acknowledged our comments, but it really does not seem like they want to appeal. But I do think the request for delay at this point isn't helpful. I heard the comment of there's no need to rush. And I think for the people right now who are suffering as a result of our housing crisis, for the people who are currently living in their cars, for the people, service employees who are commuting here, for people who are rent burdened, there is a rush for more housing. So we really do need to address our housing crisis. But I do think the silver lining, even though this overall number for the Bay Area is quite low, I do think there are going to be a lot of opportunities for our next housing element to make sure we are actually building the housing we say we're going to build in Palo Alto, but also doing it in a more equitable way. So just to respond to the gentleman from Ventura, one of the things that's going to be new in this housing element is that Palo Alto is going to have to send a map of where our housing sites are located, what parts of town they're in. So we can't just put all the housing along San Antonio and in North Ventura. We have to affirmatively further fair housing. So we do need to open up other parts of town, more sites within walking distance to downtown. So hopefully that will improve. But thank you for working on this. It was a helpful staff report, and looking forward to additional public engagement around the RENA allocations, the local allocations. Thanks.
Thank you, Kelsey, for your comments. Our next speaker will be, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name, Salem. Can you please unmute yourself and you may speak?
Yeah, perfectly. I'm glad that ABAG is increasing the number of the RENA allocation for Palo Alto. I also share the opinion that I think it would be better if it was higher, but given it is what it is, we shouldn't delay it anymore. 2 in 5 Californians in my age bucket still live at home with parents. I currently live at home, so I'm one of those 2 in 5. And I want to rent in Palo Alto. Like, I love the city, I love the life, the character. I have a lot of memories in Palo Alto, but I cannot afford the rent to live there. There's just not enough housing. Our children, can't afford to live here. And I think if there's any indicator that Palo Alto is unaffordable, it's the fact that so many people who are my age bucket, even people who have gone to great schools and done everything they were told to do and have full-time jobs, cannot afford the rent. So I think, delaying is irresponsible. The housing crisis is still a crisis. The rental markets, the real estate market as a whole has been roughly stable. Even despite the pandemic, people are not fleeing from urban centers or anything like that. And also it's not as though everyone can just work from home. It's quite lucky to be able to do that. So, we have a housing crisis. We need to do something about it, and we need to build more homes so that way there are more people who can afford to live in Palo Alto. So I hope we don't delay this any further, and I hope that we, if anything, ask for a larger RENA allocation from ABAG. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us tonight. Our next speaker will be Rebecca Sanders. Can you please unmute yourself?
Unmute. Hi there. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for discussing this important topic. I'm Becky Saunders. I live in Palo Alto and in Ventura. I have my adult daughter and her husband and their baby girl living with us. And I know a lot of parents would like their children to be able to live close to them. And frankly, nobody really can afford it, as the previous gentleman said. I just want to point out that we didn't really bring this on ourselves. I don't quite know how we got so out of whack with our jobs housing imbalance. I mean, the whole Bay Area. It's bigger than Palo Alto, and it needs a real systemic, big approach. So I get that, and I understand what ABAC's trying to do. I just want to align myself with those who would like a little more time. Yes, because the council did not speak to this. We were all kind of blindsided doing our COVID sheltering in place and not really paying attention. So bad on us, but it would be really good to get a little more public input into these numbers. A lot of people think I'm kind of a jerk, that I'm a NIMBY, but actually I'm all about housing for the people that need it the most. I got on board with Wilton, and I'm on board with really looking for creative ways to house the service, the unhoused, and people that really can least afford it. I would love to house them first. So I guess I want to change the narrative a little bit about people thinking that there's a lot of curmudgeons. We just want to make sure that things are done transparently, and that we have adequate opportunity to review and have input into these numbers. I mean, I sent you all a letter this morning because I actually had to get out my, my math tricks and do division and all of that. And it seems like we are being asked to, go up by 20%, add 20% more housing units to our city, and say if there's 2.35% people in a housing unit, then we're going to be adding, like 13,000 more people to Palo Alto's population. This the whole thing about people won't be driving, or we're going to be making adjustments to accommodate these people. Yes, let's figure it out. But I don't think the way ABAG has structured this blueprint is really serving the best interest of anyone except developers. I mean, so anyway, I just really hope that you guys will give us a chance to look further at this. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca, for joining us tonight. Our next speaker will be Stephanie McDonald. Stephanie, can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, hi, my name's Stephanie. I'm a resident here in Palo Alto. And I wanted to just say a few things in support of some of the comments a few people have made, including Kelsey and Salem. So first, I think using the pandemic as an excuse to build less housing is pretty unfair and a little out of touch. If anything, I think the pandemic has shown how important affordable and reliable housing is. So I don't really think it's fair to use the pandemic to promote less housing. And I think concerns about public input come across to me as a bit of a red herring with the intention of distracting from the real need. And I think the public should be well aware of the housing crisis in the Bay Area, and it's clear what the solution to that is, which is to build more housing. And that includes here in Palo Alto, not just other neighborhoods that we don't live in. So I agree that if anything, the numbers are too low. But I just want to reiterate that Palo Alto needs to do their part to address the enormous housing crisis that the Bay Area faces. And it is a larger issue, as people have pointed out, but that doesn't mean it's not also a local issue here. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie, for your comments. Our next speaker will be Matt Stevens. Matt, can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, yeah, thank you for organizing this and allowing for public comment. I just want to echo the previous comments in support of more housing. I too was a little disappointed in ABAG's number. I had hoped it would be higher, but it is what it is, and we have to make the most of it. And I think what Palo Alto can now do going forward is just do everything possible to make sure that the homes actually get built. As we've seen in previous housing elements, often the design is such that the homes never actually get built. And if Palo Alto wants to take this seriously, it can make sure that it revises its zoning in such a way that the homes do get built. In terms of timing, I don't think there's any time for delay. The housing crisis gets worse and worse every year. Our homeless population grows every year. And it's really disheartening to me to see so many homeless people, and then to hear people talk about how we need more time to analyze and to study and to delay. And meanwhile, people are sleeping in tents on the sidewalk. That's something that we can address. That's something that we can fix. And I think now is the time to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt, for your comments. Our next speaker will be Sonia. Sonia, can you please unmute yourself?
Unmute. Hi, yes, my name is Sonia Traus. I was also disappointed by the regional housing number coming in so low. I also expected it to be 600,000 to 1 million. I thought that we were going to have more reasonable goals. I guess I just want everyone to know that the goal for the 440,000 units, all over, that will only result in 33% of low-income housing, households not being cost burdened, right? So our goal is that 2/3 of poor people are going to be paying way too much rent. That's a crazy goal. That's a terrible goal. We should not be proud of that, right? And that's the 440,000 units. We have to build way more if people are going to be able to afford safe and healthy housing. And like a previous speaker said, COVID shows that it's so much more urgent, that we need to get crowding down. We have a lot of households all sharing one space, like communal apartments almost, right? That's not good. We need a lot more apartments so people can spread out. I think Palo Alto is the place that was in the news that don't your police officers have to sleep in their car? This is something that I read, that the people that work for your city can't even live in your city. So I think it's extremely urgent. And I'm very excited for you that you have an opportunity. You're going to be here to build a city together, and it's going to be really beautiful. Also, I think that everybody should maybe get on the YIMBYaction.org mailing list, because we will notify you. If you feel like you didn't know that this was coming, we've been organizing for weeks to get this number higher, and we're organizing people all over the Bay. Because it's definitely not true that building housing only benefits developers. It benefits the people that are going to live in it. So I invite you to come to some of our events. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And our last speaker will be Suzanne. So let's give this another try. Hopefully it will work this time. Suzanne, can you please unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Oh, goodness sakes. Well, from what I know, everybody that's talking about all the housing we need, from what I know, unless it was public housing with public money, the developers will build market rate housing and just a few, maybe below market rate. And I think if we're going to build things, we need the lower income. So I, along with many others on this call, do request that you urge the City Council to order the City Attorney to make a formal request to extend this discussion deadline of the appeal of the final regional numbers. They have not followed the California code that mandates open discussion on other methodologies to determine the local jobs, housing, and balances. The unattainable high housing numbers has and will increase traffic, put more jobs in job-rich areas instead of places that want jobs, such as San Jose, the East Bay, which already have the housing. Consider the increase in pollution. Look at the clear skies we have been experiencing and the increasing the loss of livability. People don't think that COVID should be taken into account, But from what I understand, this could go on for quite a while. It has already changed our society in so many ways. Telecommuting has become normal, and the big companies like it also. So we need, as I said, low income housing, not market rate. And that's what the developers mainly want to build. So we want local control in the cities and the city's individuality. And we want to be able to, the city to decide its zoning laws. So that's what I think. And thank you that I finally was able to get on. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Suzanne, for your comments. And it looks like we have one more raised hand. And I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Niket Desai, can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, thank you, Vin, and appreciate it. That was perfect on the name. I just want to thank everyone for speaking. I learned a lot tonight. My name is Niket, and I grew up in Cupertino, California, before when 85 even existed, to connect to 101 to go to Palo Alto when I was checking out schools. I had the pleasure to also grow up in Singapore, where they have a tremendous amount of building, and they've figured out the same challenges, which is how do you build a beautiful city that functions well and retains its beauty and skies, as we just heard. And I think that the people in Palo Alto, and frankly, our general Bay Area, we are some of the most talented people on the planet. And we should be able to figure out how to add a tremendous amount of housing while preserving the things that we love about this area and my home and where I grew up. And I think it's imperative that we increase housing and we do everything we can to be aggressive, because usually when the challenge becomes bigger, this group of people in the Bay Area seems to rise to it every time. Thank you very much for everybody's input, and I yield my time.
Thank you for joining us tonight. And that concludes public comments for this item. And Chair Templeton, I just want to give you a quick time check. We are 54 minutes into this item. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it was important to hear. We had a lot of folks show up on this and express that they wish they had had a chance to speak about it in other forums. So I'm glad that we had this opportunity to hear from everyone. Let's move on to the commissioners. Please raise your hand if you would like to speak, and ask Ms. Atkinson or Ms. Tanner any questions about this presentation, this study session. And while the commissioners are finding the raise hand button, I just want to thank all the speakers who came and stuck with it tonight to be able to share your thoughts. So, all right, we'll start with Vice Chair Rupavar. Thank you.
So Chair Templeton, can I have a point of order real quick?
Yes, of course.
So I'm sorry, it was just really confusing last time. Whether or not we're just doing questions and comments all at once, or we're going to do procedural questions and then comments. And I just think some direction on that from you would be helpful for our process going forward.
Yeah, since it was a study session, it was kind of free form, Commissioner Riggs. In this case, if you want to do a round of questions and then do a round of commentary, that could be useful. I expect we'll have a lot of things to say on this item, so let's do that.
Yeah. I think just clarity is better than.
You're absolutely right. I appreciate the suggestion, and let's start with Commissioner Rupavar.
Sure. I'm going to start with just my questions. Actually, this question is probably going to City Council Yang. Might have some input on it, but it's a procedural process question. And I heard a lot of, I read a lot of the public comments regarding extending the deadline. And I heard a lot of comments today about extending the deadline. My understanding of the process from the slide presentation tonight and staff's report is that the state's Department of Housing Community Development, HCD, issues a specific number, 441,000. You know, that's the number that they allocate to ABAG, and then ABAG thereafter turns around and uses, per some methodology that they're now still in discussions about and has not been decided, to decide how that $441,000 41,000 number is going to be allocated to the 10 different Bay Area cities. So currently the July 20th deadline, my understanding is the deadline for ABAG, not the city of Palo Alto, ABAG, to appeal the 441,000 number that the state has given to the Bay Area. So first I want to check with Mr. Yang to make sure that I got that correct. And therefore my understanding is, this addresses the public's concern. We are still going to have the ability to provide input to ABAG on the methodology and the number that Palo Alto actually gets. So we haven't been bypassed. There is still that opportunity, but the appeal period is only for ABAG to appeal that HCD number. And then the second issue that I think exists, and Mr. Yang, tell me if I'm correct or not, but if they're going to appeal, there has to be grounds for appeal, correct? And do those exist or not? And that's an issue that, I think, needs to be brought up before ABAG. It's not a city of Palo Alto. We can't dictate, or we can't even appeal. It's not in our hands. So Mr. Yang, could you, or whoever at the city finds it appropriate, comment on that so we can have a little bit more clarity for members of the public?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Rupavar. You are absolutely correct that there are two stages of determination or allocation of housing need. And we're looking at the first one here, which is the determination by the State Department of Housing and Community Development about how many housing units need to be created or need to be allocated in the Bay Area. And so that number goes to ABAG, and state law sets forth a 30-day period for ABAG to appeal that determination by HCD. And it's certainly possible for local governments to, or members of the public to write to ABAG or to, ABAG, their Housing Methodology Committee has a meeting tomorrow. It's possible for members of the public to comment before ABAG to try to convince ABAG to make that, appeal. But it's not something that the city or the city council has really any control over what that appeal period is or whether or not to make that appeal. And you're also correct that the state law sets forth specific grounds that can be the basis of an appeal. And it's basically ABAG's determination whether or not they think those grounds exist and whether or not they will make that appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. I just had one more question, and I saw in the staff report that there was reference to LEAP grants as part of the RENA process. There are LEAP grants that are available that'll help meet our affordable housing goals. Can you speak a little bit as to what those grants are and how much money we'd get and how we'd be able to use that to build more affordable housing, if that's how it works? Or Mr. Yang, whoever.
Yeah, I can address that, Vice Chair Rupavar. So Rebecca Atkinson actually worked on our LEAP grant. Essentially, LEAP is money that is provided by the state to jurisdictions on a formula basis. And so essentially, cities of a certain size are allocated a certain amount of money if they apply for it. And as long as you're applying for projects that meet the terms of the grant requirements, you're going to be allocated money. So it's a non-competitive grant that's available to every jurisdiction. Council did consider and pass a resolution for Palo Alto's grant for that. A couple of projects we proposed are related to our housing element. So we have some funding to support our housing element work, to support the NVCAP process. And we threw in a couple extra projects that are part of the housing work plan. Essentially, projects needed to accelerate housing development. It doesn't actually pay for brick and mortar, but more for planning activities such as rezoning, housing elements, other things like that, that through typically legislative processes, but also processes that might make it easier for the public to understand so that they can submit plans for project, things that would facilitate more housing being developed in your jurisdiction. And I believe we have 2 or 3 years to complete that. And we'll hopefully get that grant agreement in October and be able to spend that money. So we're looking forward to that.
Thank you.
All right, do you have any more questions?
I do not. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Any other commissioners have questions at this time? Commissioner Alchek.
Hi, thank you. We drew the big crowd tonight. Two questions. I'm going to save my comments for the next go round. What was the last allocation specific to Palo Alto?
Our previous cycle, which is the 5th cycle of RENA, I believe was 1,988 units.
And am I to understand from your presentation that you guys think that I'm sorry, 1,000, can you say that one more time?
1,988, 1988.
1980. Am I to understand from your presentation that you think the next allocation is going to be somewhere between 4,500 and 6,500?
That is our estimate using the visualization tool provided by ABAG.
And what was the date of the 1980 allocation?
The time period that it covers is 2015 to 2015 to 2022.
Do you by any chance know what the allocation was for the 2007 to 2015?
Can we bring up the slide, Rebecca, that has that information?
Did I miss that?
That would be, I don't know if it has the old allocation from the 4th cycle in that slide, but we can certainly pull up our progress today.
It has the regional allocation. We'd have to go back and look prior to know the 4th cycle allocation.
Okay. All right. So 2015 to 2022, 1980, and how many units did we create in 2015?
In this cycle, we've created or issued permits for 554 units of housing.
Let me ask you a question. In your judgment, do you think that there would have been more units? Do you think that the number of units built between 2015 and today, which is 554, would have been any different had our allocation in 2015, instead of being 1980, had been 3960?
Well, I think what you're getting at is, if we had had a higher allocation, and not to put words in your mouth, had we constructed more units towards reaching that goal, would we have a lower allocation this time? Or is that what you're suggesting?
No. I'm suggesting, do you think that the allocation had an impact on the number of units that were developed? Do you think we would have had 564 units had the Reno allocation been more than 1,980 in 2015? I'm asking if you believe there's a correlation between this number and the actual number of units that get developed.
I would have to say that the way that units get developed is very locally specific and depends on local zoning and all of that. And so do I think that Palo Alto would have changed its zoning? I don't venture a guess in that. I wasn't working here and really didn't know anything about the city at the time. But
I think the reason why I'm asking this question is because I'm basically trying to say that had the allocation been 6,000 in 2015, is there any reason to believe that we would have built more than 554 units? And one reason why I'm asking that question is because, am I supposed to look at the 2015 number and say, we built 25% of their target? Or would a more accurate statement be, we built 554 units of the 554 units we were going to build? Because
question, Commissioner, I just think that it's a matter of opinion. And I think that because the way that housing is developed is all of this stuff still maintains local control. What is changing now and will continue to change in the future is that state is flexing its muscles and state is passing laws that infringe on local control. And so it is possible that in this next cycle, if some of the bills that have passed continue to be on the books, and if bills proposed continue to go forward and are passed, that the more housing could in fact result. Now, looking back, if we had a different RENA, what might have been, I don't know that venturing a guess that direction does me any good, and certainly is something that we can reflect on, but I can't give you a straight yes or no answer to your question, and I'm sorry about that.
I actually think that answer is so enlightening, because if we can't draw a line from the number that they give us and the number that actually gets built, then it puts into question whether the effort to, it makes one wonder whether the number should be concerning if it was doubled. I guess one of my thoughts here is, if the number in 2015 had been 3,800 instead of 1,950, would we have had more units? I would venture a guess the answer would be no. If I can't imagine that, considering all the projects that we reviewed. I don't see how it would have changed those. And I really appreciate this idea that there's some flexing muscles. I have to think about that a little bit, but I would appreciate if there was a way to get clarity on whether what you're suggesting is there will be some consequence to building such a small proportion of the number allocated. At this time, I don't know that there's a consequence for the city if they continue to fail to meet this target that's set for them. So is that something that you imagine may develop over time, that that teeth may be added to this number? Is that one of the possibilities?
Yes, that's certainly a possibility. And currently, I think we've talked a little bit about some of the bills that are already law in terms of streamlining, and the way streamlining would apply to more and more projects in Palo Alto. If, like, for example, if we don't meet our above moderate housing rates or housing targets, then even those projects could be subject to streamlining, which limits the amount of hearings that we would have and amount of time we would have to review projects.
It's to some extent hypothetical, though.
It's a law, but yeah, it's hypothetical, and we'll see what happens in the next few years. There are a number of laws that, again, I'm not taking any bets in the legislative cycle this year, that's for sure. There are a number of laws that are in their second house of review, either the Senate or the Assembly, and they've passed into those committees and will be looked at as the session kind of winds to a close this year.
Okay, so the line of thinking there is that presumably this number, let's just say it's 5,000 for the purpose of discussion, would require us to identify, let's see here, if we had 554 and we had 1980, we're looking at, 13 to 1,400 that we've already identified. So we'd have to allocate 3,500 new, opportunities that aren't currently in our zoning. And then in theory, someone could come in and identify a parcel that has now, I hate to use the word upzoned, been upzoned, and utilize a state provision to finally take advantage of the development of that site.
They could do that, or simply by the upzoning itself, they could still comply with all of our local standards, and the upzoning may be sufficient for that project to move forward.
Okay, and then where there are teeth is that process. If we fail to identify where these additional units will be permitted to be developed in theory, then the consequence is that our housing element isn't certified.
Yes.
And that could involve loss of funding, sources of funding.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Alchek. Commissioner Heckman is next, followed by Commissioner Suma.
Thank you, Chair Templeton. I want to piggyback on the appeal issue for a moment that Commissioner Vice Chair Rupavar raised. It seems from Council Yang's explanation that the most that the city of Palo Alto could do would be to write a letter to ABAG encouraging them to file an appeal by the July 10th deadline. Is that right?
Certainly, we could do that. I don't know, Albert, if you, I think part of what Albert suggested was that the city or constituents or others could write letters both to ABAG, but also to HCD. We could go side of the governor. We could write correspondence as much as was deemed desirable, but correspondence is essentially the most that we could do.
Right, because we don't have the power to appeal this particular step.
That's correct.
Correct. And so if the city was going to send a letter to ABAG encouraging ABAG to file the appeal, wouldn't that necessarily be something that the city council would have needed to have taken up at a meeting since June 9th and instructed the city attorney to do that?
That is correct.
Okay, and that didn't happen.
It did not happen.
Okay, all right. The next question I want to ask, and this kind of piggybacks on Commissioner Elchek's questions, and that is I'd like to get a better understanding of the stick or bundle of sticks that the city, that the state may have to smack a city that does not meet its RHNA numbers. We heard a couple of our speakers from the public mention a loss of what we risk is a loss of control in our zoning. And so right now we are 6 years through the fifth RHNA cycle. We've got 30%, somewhere between 25 and 30% of the RHNA target. We're not going to make the other 70 to 75% in the next between now and 2022. And my understanding is virtually every Northern California city, while the figures may differ, they're in a similar position. Nobody's coming close. Are we, first of all, does the state currently have the ability to use this? Do they have this stick where they could take away local control? Because we're only a third of the way to our number?
No, there's really limited right now kind of control that the state could exercise, such as saying, thou shalt build this housing here, right? I think the concern is more of a reading of the trends at the state legislature. And so not an existential threat in terms of not real or not worth considering, but if we look at, for example, like as I mentioned, the package of bills that are being discussed at the legislature now, some of them do have more teeth, I guess you will, and to say, this type of housing might be by right, for example, and a city might not be able to refuse it. So that type of thing, again, to still be considered, passed, and then signed by the governor. But I think that trend of that type of legislation, if we think of SB 50 as perhaps the apex of that type of legislation to say, here's what you can do, and here's what the state is going to impose in terms of zoning. And then there's a bunch of things that kind of have been much less severe than SB 50, but similar in, I think, posture to kind of say, here's what we're going to kind of set up as a state in terms of some very high level planning, placing housing and such near transit. So that I think is wise to be considered as a trend that will likely continue.
All right, all right. And I guess my feeling on that is I'm not overly fearful that we will have rampant development shoved down our throats by an overly active state bureaucracy. One, I don't think that they're staffed to take over local zoning throughout California. Two, it requires the state isn't going to build these projects. it requires developers to step forward and want to build something. And frankly, one of our big problems here in Palo Alto is we don't have that, right? We had 554 instances of that when we were shooting for 2,000. What we've seen locally since these new state laws, streamlining laws has happened is the places where cities have fought and lost is where a developer actually came forward with a project and wanted to build something. So from my perspective, that would be a good problem for us to have, is developers coming forward and wanting to build things in our city and to have to wrestle with those. And if the RENA numbers spur that activity in our market, then I think it's a good thing. But my impression is the city of Palo Alto really doesn't have a say in the overall HCD number of 441,000. We may get a dialogue on what part of that, whether it's 1.5% or some other part, lands on our plate. And I think we should be active on that. So the other question I had, and I'm sorry that kind of rolled from a question to a comment. This one I think is more of a question. If we go to, and this one is on the, oops, sorry, I just lost my place here. If we go to packet page 25, this is on the Plan Bay Area 2050. And there was just a concept here I didn't understand. It's, let's see. In the middle of the page, so it looks like there was on Plan Bay Area 2050, the communication between ABAG and city staff was not ideal. And apparently one of the things that ABAG did not communicate to us was that communities that designate up to 50% of their eligible growth geography area as priority development areas may have the rest of the eligible growth geography removed from consideration in Plan Bay Area 2050. So I get that that wasn't communicated to us. My question is the way that sentence is written, it seems like it would be a desirable thing to be able to eliminate the rest of the eligible growth geography, but I couldn't really understand why. And I'm wondering if somebody can help me understand that.
Yeah, you are reading that correctly. Part of it was simply to put on record, and we want to put on record with the organization just dissatisfaction with some of the communication. And in that particular issue, we had several conversations by phone and email. And so we want to just let them know that it doesn't help us to be part of the regional planning when we can't get clear answers, even about what is the result. And so part of what happened, I think, one might say to some degree, it may have little consequence if you want to be positive about it, to say, well, the growth geographies take into account the underlying zoning of those geographies. So if it's a single family home area, if it's a historic district, for example, the model would say, well, it's unlikely that we're going to see a lot of housing development because assembling a bunch of single family homes would take a lot of time. It's unlikely versus larger parcels. So one might say that the implication is limited. However, because the growth geographies are what the MTC and ABAG will be overlaying the strategies with and saying, if we want to achieve these big 25 strategies in the next 30 years, where should growth be planned for? And so if we perhaps wanted to tighten up or have smaller parts of our community where we focused our growth and development, maybe it's something we might have reconsidered in terms of understanding why we would or wouldn't nominate a PDA. And we could have had the same decision be made where we said, oh, we just really want to add downtown and that's sufficient. But without information, we really didn't have that as part of our discussion.
Understood. All right, thank you for that. So no further questions.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Heckman. Commissioner Suma, followed by Commissioner Lowing.
Well, thank you. And thank you to everyone who came out to speak tonight. I think it would be helpful. Some of the speakers do this just naturally, but I think it would be helpful to know where speakers are from too. So to have their names and full names and where they live, I think would be helpful. And I think that's what we're supposed to do in our procedures or bylaws. But I did want to ask staff a question, a just general question about the timing of this meeting. Seems a little, to say the least, awkward. And
it seems like a meeting, and I understand the problems with COVID and delays in our recent schedule, but this seems like something that should have come up last year, so we could have had a meaningful recommendation to make to council, and so council had time to consider our recommendation and make their own that could have been submitted to the regional agencies, and they could have then had a meaningful response. ABAG could have to HCD. And I was just wondering if staff could comment on the timing of this meeting and how much the public and the Planning Commission can even recommend in any effectual way anything tonight.
Well, there's a great deal still forthcoming. The decision about the housing methodology, which is again, where we can advocate and talk with the Housing Methodology Committee. There are 2 representatives from Santa Clara County. One is a staff person in Mountain View and one in San Jose, where we can really work with them to both understand if we need to have more understanding, but also to opine with our preferences, whether as a collective, such as the whole PTC or City Council, or individually, and as members of community and organizations to say why they might prefer certain methodologies to be used to allocate the RHNA. So that's still occurring. The draft blueprint just was released on Monday. And so that's that month-long public comment period that ends on August 10th. That has also Santa Clara Town Hall, as Rebecca mentioned, and other opportunities, including ongoing meetings of the Housing Methodology Committee, as well as the draft blueprint bodies. And, you know, a lot of last year and even earlier, well, I say earlier this year, I remember COVID started in March this year. So it must have been last year, last fall and winter, we were in discussions and the Cities Association, there was a push by those cities to form a subgroup, a subcommittee that would come up with its own housing methodology. And we spent energy and time meeting, trying to understand what that would be. Would we want to go forward with that? Once it was understood fully what the impact of that regional subgroup would be and the amount of money that would be required to create our own methodology, it was decided to abandon that effort and to continue to be part of the larger regional process. And so we were working with other cities, and again, the Cities Association, where we have council members who are our representatives there. We were working with staff to think about that. Outgrowth of that has been this planning collaborative, which is again mostly staff, but also different folks from different cities in Santa Clara County working together to try to pool our resources. So when we're doing these large scale planning efforts, we can hopefully collaborate and save some money by, instead of each of us paying a consultant, we could pool our resources and have a consultant work across like cities. So it isn't that we haven't been involved, but we did put a bit of energy into an effort that unfortunately, I think fortunately we made a good decision, but didn't go where we thought it was going to.
Okay, so what do you see with regards to the RHNA allocations, that's the end of that, the end of the comment period for that is in 2 days. So what do you see I understand the methodology may be discussed for longer for ABAG, for our own regional organizations, and I have comments about that, but what do you see our role, the Planning Commission's role tonight? We can't advise anybody, make any recommendations that would have any impact at all. I mean,
I will say, and I know it may seem like, you know, a day late and a dollar short, so I recognize that and don't want to be too kind of Pollyanna about it, but I don't think it is ever a bad idea if you have a concern about something that is happening from a part of the government to write a letter, to make a phone call, to reach out to those persons, whether it's staff or electeds who are part of that, to raise the concerns and the issues. And as somebody who receives those calls from the public, it makes a difference in terms of how we do our work. Will it stop the process? I don't know. Will it change the needs determination? It seems unlikely at this point, given ABAG, who is our body, who has the authority to appeal, has declined to appeal, but it could perhaps influence or help to make more collaborative the rest of the process going forward.
Would it also, can I jump in for just a second? Would it also be helpful to put up the questions that staff clarified of what they were looking for from us today?
I can put that up.
I don't know if that answers your question partially, at least, or Commissioner Suma, but there is something they're looking for from us. It's just not exactly that.
Yeah, no, I mean, that would be fine. I think that, but I'm, uh-oh.
Albert, I think you're not on mute if you want to mute.
So my concerns are, if you look at table 5 in our staff report, it clearly illustrates, well, it doesn't go, it only shows the last 3 cycles. And of course, this cycle, we're not all the way through. But it shows the failure of the basic premise of the jobs-based methodology. Every single cycle, we have achieved less housing, and we have achieved less and less of housing for the people that need it the most, which is people that are unhoused. So I am somewhat appalled that we continue down this path of, at the same time, giving ourselves really high goals or getting assigned really high numbers that we know are not achievable. And there seems to be a disconnect between cities. There seems to be a misunderstanding that cities build housing. We don't build housing. We have always met our housing element needs, but the housing isn't getting built. And the housing that is getting built in the Bay Area in general, and Palo Alto in particular, is not the housing we need the most. The people that need the housing the most are people that are living under viaducts and in cars. And I understand that some of those people, there are health issues that keep them from being, keep us from being able to help them very much, but there are plenty of people we could be helping. So I see, if you can put, it's packet page 31, and it's table 5. If you can put that up there, it shows a steady decline in our goals. And ABAG and RENA have a lot of language about equity and diversity being one of their goals. And given that it is minority persons often who fall into the minority groups who fall into the lower income groups, we are actually, what we have been steadily doing in the 3 cycles that you show here in table 5 is reducing diversity. And it's packet page 31, but maybe that's not, I think you have the staff report up anyway. But so I think we need to rethink this whole thing. And I think the council should be urged to address this in an emergency manner. And as to the legislation, a lot of the legislation that's being put through at the state level right now, kind of also under a little dome of silence because of the pandemic, a lot of it also really promotes market rate housing and doesn't do anything for truly affordable housing. So I'm very concerned that this whole exercise and the 3 cycles that you show here illustrate a clear failure, and that we're going down that path again with the false hope of addressing some of these problems. I realize that everybody thinks, not everybody, I realize that there are a lot of people in the Bay Area that think they pay way too much for housing, and I would agree. But that's not a situation that the city created. It is not a situation that I created or that I find welcome. I think one of the speakers spoke to this. But it is not something that's going to be fixed by associating the number of jobs we have with numbers of housing that we should be assigned. It's not being dealt with at all. I mean, and that was my point in the earlier item about displacement causing extra VMT, which means extra greenhouse gas emissions. This is, to me, this is just the wrong path to go down. And it's almost sadly late to give any recommendation on these things of any meaning when the deadline is in 2 days. So I would say that the region needs to get serious about building truly affordable housing and not giving lip service to truly affordable housing and allowing developers and others in the real estate industries who profit from building market rate, extremely expensive housing, even if it's smaller, it's extremely expensive still and extremely expensive per square foot. We got to get serious about this. This is just altogether disappointing to me in a way that I feel is tragic. So I will leave it at that. And I'm sorry, that was more than just one question.
Thank you, Commissioner Suma. I see Commissioner Lowing followed by Commissioner Riggs. Just to keep in mind the late hour, if you can keep your comments, around 5 minutes or so, that would be super appreciated by all. Thank you.
Yes, I'm going to try to stay with the game plan here and just do questions, but I'm very eager to make comments as well. So I just want to take a quick but traditional walkthrough of this document. But first I want to actually circle back to Albert and ask him a question about a letter that went to council this was from Palo Alto's for Sensible Zoning in response to the question about can we appeal and so on. He quotes the city attorney from February of 13 saying the specific allocations to each city are not likely to be upheld in court. Hence, their claim is there's an urgency to appeal it now. So if you don't want to comment on that, Albert, you don't have to, but I'd give you the opportunity there.
I really can't speak to that. I haven't seen that document. I think we actually tried to find it over the weekend and weren't able to. So it's also possible that was a privileged communication from our office to the city council. So it's not really something I can comment on.
Okay, I just want to give you the opportunity. Staying with the lawyerly approach, on page 18, where it starts talking about promoting equity for residents, unlike contracts, there's no definitions of these words, and I think generally we get what that is. But do you want to comment on? I mean, equity can be a lot of things in terms of balance of housing, and I presume it's distribution of the demographics in an equitable way by segment. Is that basically what it references?
And just to be clear, Commissioner Law, you're referring to packet page 18 and just overall how the Plain Bay area is trying to look at things with an equity lens.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Rebecca, do you want to address that?
Sure. Actually, there is an equity and access deep dive workshop on July 30th. So just so you know, they will go into this in great detail. And equity factors include, access to jobs and educational attainment, parks, high resources, and things like that. So, so those are the kinds of things that they're thinking about. And there are other equity metrics that are used. Access to high opportunity areas come up frequently in conversations in both Plain Bay area.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine. I think just the word access to I think helps clarify it a lot. Thanks. And on the next page, he talks about the equity lens, and I'll have some comments on this later. But I get what they're doing there, and there's some noble ones there that are a little bit longer term than shorter term. But I appreciate that in there as well. I see on the bottom of 19 that they talk about there's some impact from COVID. We don't know what they are, and I don't think that they're trying to necessarily build that in too much. Is that correct?
What they have done, and Rebecca can add if I leave anything out, they had completed prior to this what was called the Horizon Initiative that did look at kind of resiliency and kind of how would things perform during a downturn. And so it clearly did not forecast that we would have a pandemic in which suddenly the economy is turned off on one day, but it did look at some of those ideas. And so essentially, I think they are trying to say, yes, there will be short-term impacts from COVID, which obviously we need to work together to recover from. But in the long term, the 30 years of this plan, they think that we will eventually, see a pattern of growth, on the other side of this downturn.
Okay.
I think it's a situation where they were, given the horizon of the Plan B area, they looked at COVID impacts for the first portion of the horizon period and projected more, positive economic situations in the second part of the plan, the horizon year.
I appreciate on packet page 24 and 25 that staff detailed questions that they've already proposed. I thought they were all, excellent questions to pose, and appreciate you giving the recap there. Moving just slightly above that, I've got this one in 3 colors. It's so important, but this transit-rich areas is always difficult. So you did a good job of pointing out that some trains are not as accessible as they look because they've calculated as the crow flies as opposed to how the heck you're supposed to get there. And the obvious problem with the transit-rich areas is that, what's the median of transit-rich? And right now, buses that don't run and trains that, at one point a year ago were jammed and you couldn't get a ride, and now they're running at 3% capacity. There's going to be variance there over the next 8 years. How you calculate that, I don't know, but some sort of a warning that has to be factored in, because once houses go up, they go up. Okay, then there's somewhere in here where it says that in areas essentially with too much BMR, RENA will force more market rate. And just want to confirm that that means that they are planning on what they call gentrification, which means that some BMR or affordable housing is going to go away.
I think that what they're trying to do, and by they, I'll be specific and say the Housing Methodology Committee specifically, you kind of saw that a little bit in the presentation we made where we talked about the income shift.
Yes.
And the example we showed with the gold bar kind of at the 0% and then going across. Part of what the committee is debating and discussing is, well, that's what that graph looks like for a wealthier community. And what does it look like for a community that's lower income? And so that's, I think, one of the issues that they're trying to tease out is how do you propose something that provides greater equity and access and at the same time doesn't promote gentrification and displacement. I don't think it's an issue that they have completely resolved. And I don't think, unfortunately, that we can prevent 100% of the displacement or gentrification of communities throughout the Bay Area through any Plan Bay Area or the RENA cycle. But it is something that the methodology committee is really trying to figure out how to minimize that type of impact.
It's just a tragedy to solve for percentages if we're giving up affordable housing.
Yeah, and to be clear, it wouldn't be affordable housing in the sense of a deed restricted affordable housing development is going down, but just areas that are more naturally affordable just cost less than other areas.
Right. But it houses somebody with lower income. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
We're trying to maximize that.
Yeah.
A couple questions about BMR in regions. So, well, I'll just try to put in one. So a high opportunity area could be our whole region. I think it's articulated that way. And that would run from, Atherton up to Hillsborough and take into account Redwood City and Palo Alto and Menlo Park. So in those areas, aren't all of those essentially high opportunity areas that would be allocated if they use that significantly? It would be allocated, sort of more housing because there's going to be more jobs there.
Right. So part of what they also combine with that is the transportation and some of the other assets. And so if you remember the map with all the colors kind of in blobs and circles laid over it, they look at, is that a high resource area that's also near transit, for example?
Right.
So just because it's high resource, if it's not easily accessible or, has some other factors, it may not be identified as what's called a growth geography.
Right. So, and then how do areas allocate their BMR if they're Atherton or Hillsborough?
I can't comment on those cities. I think what will happen though is that the cities itself wouldn't allocate the BMR. Those the affordability would be part of the RENA process, and so ABAG ultimately, working together through the Housing Methodology Committee would say, okay, Palo Alto, here is your total number, just like we had the 1988, and here is the number in each of those income groups that you need to build. So it would be part of that.
But I'm saying, wouldn't they also do that for Atherton and Hillsborough?
Places that are less transit accessible is your point? Is that kind of what you're
I'm wondering, well, one of the things I'm wondering is where would you put BMR in Atherton? I mean, it still comes back to the sort of unique characteristics of the town and not only the zoning, but.
Well, I would say, fortunately for me, that's Atherton's issue to figure out of where would they, how would they have their below market rate housing? But they would have to try to, if they want to have a certified housing element, identify places where the number of units could go. And again, when you're zoning, which is really the tool cities primarily have in this instance, you aren't usually zoning for a below market rate other than the extent that you have inclusionary housing included. And so a town that has a lot of wealth and limited area would have to say, well, we want a certified housing element. Where are we going to put those units? Do we have an inclusionary policy? And thus there are some affordable units that would be built there.
Okay. And then do you have, Rachel, the number of existing housing units?
Yes. So in Palo Alto, we have, and I just was doing some quick stats today, we have about 27,577 housing units. And that's kind of, we have a stats booklet that we use for each year. So that's our latest kind of fact.
As of 19?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And in the last cycle, we've done well in market rate and surprisingly well in our allocations for affordable, I think, but in the middle, we were quite short.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, above moderate, we have built, so we have 5, and I can share this slide actually, we took from a previous presentation. You may remember when we came to do our annual report for HCD, I believe. So this may look somewhat familiar.
It does.
So you can see that we have, and I don't know if you can see my cursor or not, but you see a bottom line is above moderate. And so if you go all the way to the right side, we built 420 above moderate units, and there's 167 remaining of our allocation for this cycle. So in terms of on pace per the number and like where we are in time, we're on pace in our above moderate. We're not on pace in our other allocation. As you can see, very low, we 43 we've built, so 648 remaining, on low income 65, and et cetera.
Okay, so only in the above moderate. Okay, that's all the questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm
Thank you,
available.
Commissioner Riggs.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was dealing with a kid issue momentarily. I was still listening on my headset, but I want to clarify. I'm ready for comments. I apologize, Chair Templeton. I don't have any questions here, and I don't know if we're ready to pit it.
I think we are. Go ahead.
All I have is a couple of comments.
Go ahead. And
yeah.
I might suggest before we do that, Ms. Atkinson, if you or Ms. Tanner wanted to put up the slide that to guide the discussion, please feel free to do so.
Actually, Vin has our is manning our PowerPoint. So Mr. Nguyen, if you can put up the slide, I think it's like 18.
Yeah, is this the slide for the key questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, over to you, Commissioner Riggs. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. These are great. I guess what in terms of kind of the broader strategy, I probably, maybe I'll take these a little in reverse, I guess. I'm generally probably not a fan of like bottom up strategy. I'm a big fan of housing across the spectrum, and I think that kind of relates back to what we saw in Rachel's last slide. We're really not producing at for moderate income, and I want to emphasize all the kind of terms we use: low, moderate, whatever. They're all relative, and so I want to come back to that. In terms of kind of some of the other questions, in terms of feedback for ABAG and regional growth strategy, I think I have 3 concerns first, I'll just put out there that LMI is not measured at a local level, and I think that's a concern of mine. All right, and I think we need to make LMI needs to be measured below the county level, and I think we need to make that clear with ABAG that looking at low and looking at incomes levels needs to be done at the city, if not the census tract level. So we need to figure out a way to actually get more granular data and to measure need at below the county level, because clearly Santa Clara County has different biomes, different geographies, and on that level, like for Palo Alto to be compared with Gilroy, or Palo Alto to be compared with certain parts of San Jose, it just doesn't work. And I think paralleling that, I think a big part of what we see in our community is an inflexibility of ABAG to consider context sensitivity. And I think we actually do need to encourage ABAG to encourage context sensitive design solutions to the density they're talking about. And the reason is because if they're going to talk about density in cities like cities on the peninsula, the scale of that density has cost implications that prohibit that density in places like Cal. And this is where we've seen a tension in, we've gone out and talked to developers, we've gone and talked to people, and they're like, they're bottlenecks or all this other stuff. And I do think that there's a little bit of mixed messages in terms of what we're seeing from the region in terms of our local context. And then finally, related to that local context, the elephant in the room here is that we are a college town. And we are not talking about the context of Stanford. And I do think it's a contradiction for our city that we work against housing on Stanford campus, and that but also we actually don't take some of the burden by encouraging Stanford to densify its own housing. So I do think there's this opportunity for facilitating this amazing housing partner in Stanford University. And I think we're not an anomaly here. Berkeley faces the same problem, Santa Clara faces the same problem, but I actually think that ABAG does not understand, and the reason I'm bringing this up is actually how campus housing units don't usually count towards regional housing allocation. So Stanford's build, of course, it's a little different because they're not in the city of Palo Alto, but so actually I don't know where they go in the regional housing allocation, and that's a question maybe for staff, is if Stanford builds units, does Santa Clara County get an allocation? And does that mean Santa Clara County is over its allocation? Because if Stanford builds anything, does it actually, where does it get allocated? But I think this is actually something the region has not formally grappled with, and I would encourage the region to really take it on, because student housing is a big issue, and it needs to be a part of considerations, particularly for cities that have universities in them. Gosh, that's it.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Riggs. Staff, did you have any comments in response?
On to Commissioner Riggs' question about the Stanford housing. And so part of what, if you want to get into the details, on packet page 37, it does give a chart of what goes into HCD's allocation, and they do subtract out what they call group quarter population, which is folks in dormitories, group homes, institution, military, et cetera, who do not need residential housing. And so that may be part of where some of those student housing units would go.
But so, Rachel, this is a term of art, and student housing is not designed like group quarters any longer. And so this is a census designation from the 1950s that doesn't apply any longer. Student housing is actually developed. It's not designed in the same way as it was before, first A. And then B, the definition of a housing unit does not have to be what it was 50 years ago. I mean, what's to say that a dormitory is not housing? Or, I mean, and that's defining dormitory as it was when I went to school, when everybody did live on the same floor and share this huge bathroom, which is not the case. And I think it's an antiquated definition of housing needs in a college community, and it needs to be addressed.
Okay, we can include that feedback.
All right, the commentary floor is open. Commissioners, please raise your hand. All right. While you're looking for the button, I will try to answer some of these questions as well. So one of your questions was, do we prefer the income shift or the bottom-up model? I will say that in general, I think the income shift depiction is easier for people to understand, and it shows that our goal is to be more even in terms of our development. So if that is helpful to visualize it that way, as far as the science of the model, I will leave that to you as the experts on what model appeals most on the behind the scenes nitty-gritty scientific details. But I do appreciate the ease of reading the chart that the income shift model provides, not just for ourselves, but for anyone in the public who may want to access this information and engage with it. What are our hopes for the Bay Area, Plan Bay Area 2050 to achieve in Palo Alto? At the most basic level, having a discussion and engaging our community in how we're going to address these housing questions. Sounds like, to that extent, we are on our way. So I think that's good. Which RHNA factors do the commissioners most feel align with the values of Palo Alto community? I feel like you had a list of these RHNA factors. Is that on slide 12? I think reducing the vehicle miles traveled is certainly something I've heard a lot of people talk about. Not just in this conversation, but the earlier one tonight, jobs, housing balance. Those are things that the community members are speaking to the most. So those are really important in terms of reflecting the community. I think also transit connectivity is important as well. So I would add that in. All right, so looks like Commissioner Lowing is ready to provide his comments. Commissioner Lowing.
Okay, I would like to, yeah. I think what we're hearing is that the timeline relative to the ABAG timeline as it aligned with PTC and council was not optimal for anybody, starting with the citizens, because this is literally the first time that they've had a chance to speak about it. And this is literally the first time that we've had a chance to think about it as the PTC 2 days before this first deadline. And it just sets the wrong example of not listening to the public and not listening to their input. So that has to be changed. The allocation, this whole thing is extraordinarily complicated for everybody, even all you professionals over there. And there's so many methodologies that are still sitting there as options. But there's already been a regional allocation. So I think that's part of what's causing some of the angst here as well. Because there's still so many things that can happen to that that could shove it up, in some cases, according to your estimates, by 65% in terms of the guesstimate of the number of units that we might end up with. But then the overlays can make it 65%. And I think that those two numbers are quite different. I think whatever the allocation is does matter. It's not just random or arbitrary, and it's okay if we miss it. The other thing I want to comment on is that I think I just want to second Commissioner Riggs' motion that context sensitivity on these things is just extraordinarily important. which is just so hard to do when you're sitting in an office somewhere in those meetings. And that's where staff can really, and have already, provided some specific context, such as the actual proximity of high quality transit. I don't agree with Commissioner Heckman that the state is not going to come in heavy. That has been completely forecast, predicted, and worked on in Senate committees. And my understanding is that, as Rachel said, already there are ways that effectively, by right can happen, not necessarily entirely consistent with current zoning. And those laws will be, new laws will be added so that these allocations will be enforced. And there's no question that puts local control in question. These two are completely in sync, so that there is teeth. The carrot is local control. Let's get going under your own zoning, and the teeth is, if you don't, we're going to get it in. And there is a state crisis. There's no question about that. And I and everybody else sitting here thinks that we need, more housing. But how we get it is part of, what's being debated here. So where I come out and looking at all this, including, very effective, informed public comment. There's no question, I don't think any one of us would disagree that there's a jobs housing imbalance, and there's no reason to spend time debating why, because right now it's here and we have to address it. Of course, there are two numbers in any fraction, and we can each we can deal with each of those numbers in the way that we choose to do in the city. The second, that's one fact. The second fact is that I think it's very difficult to be predicting future growth in our area. I think it's very problematic. I think Commissioner Alchek and I, about 2 meetings ago, agreed that in spite of COVID, we have to build housing. And I completely agree with that. And I think we have to move forward with it. But understanding with some sort of probability, where the jobs growth are going to be, and therefore where the housing is going to be, that's just really hard to do right now. So if there's anything that's somewhat arbitrary, that might be a little bit of dart throwing that we might want to hold on right now. So having that as the driving variable just doesn't seem to work. It's not kind of where jobs were last time, it's where should they be this time, including things on the packet page 19. 3 of the 9 I thought were extremely important. The first being transit, which was item 3, enhancing regional and local transit. That's not, that's a noble goal, but it doesn't have to be just a noble goal. If the ABAG and MTC can solve that problem on a regional basis, that addresses all of these problems on a regional basis for decades and decades to come. But it's a massive problem that takes massive amounts of money. And I don't know if that's just sort of aspirational or something that they're going to try to dig in on. And the second one is shifting to the locations of jobs, item 9. It's just extraordinarily important. Go to where jobs are needed, where they're helping the local economy, and take advantage of the new ways that offices are going to be built or not built, including satellite offices and so on. So why would we always like to choose Facebook. So why would Facebook be bringing anybody else across the Dumbarton Bridge ever again to expand their set of people sitting in Menlo Park when they can open satellite offices over there and help that economy? So I think that one's extraordinarily important, and that should be emphasized by ABAG in terms of its decisions. And then the affordable housing thing is just absolutely crucial. I've been working off and on in the last 25 years on the homeless problems and affordable housing. It's very, very difficult. And the main reason is because, as developers will tell you, every door of an affordable housing complex costs as much to build pretty much as every door of a mid-market or market rate, notwithstanding some of the amenities of marble and gold and all that. So the allocation regionally comes out with, as I look at it, 184,000 units that are supposed to be built in this 8-year period. 184,000 units. I rarely say this about affordable housing, but show me the money. I mean, that's a huge number that we have to be figuring out where to build somewhere in our region. And you can't just do it with tax credits. And I don't hear that the state has any money. So this seems to me tragically out of scale for what we can really pull off in the next 8 years, unless there's some changes in funding or we find a way to get really creative. I just want to state one more thing, because again, it's fine to be aspirational. And I am a huge proponent of all kinds of housing, particularly affordable, and not so much market, because that happens anyway. But you at some point, you just have to look at the execution on this thing and put real numbers to this. And if you're trying to build for 4,500 units, which is 559 a year, compared to 554 in the last 6 years. And let's say you take 8 projects to do that, or at the high side, you need 7,226 units, which is 933 a year. It's 10 or 12 projects. You add this up, and for the 40% of low income to get to this number, you need something like 186 projects in the next 8 years to build all the units that we want. And I just don't know if there's, that's a tough ask to try to get there. So nobody should interpret this as I don't want housing, and I don't know if the original number is right. I'm just saying that there's a practicality of getting this stuff built, to find developers that are interested, land, time to build it, finance construction, affordable housing construction, and then get it all built in this amount of time. So at some point, you just have to, as the developers say, see if it pencils. So I'm very happy to get the public comment on this, and the staff report was, very, very helpful. I think that the timing is regrettable. I hear folks say that the deadline is the deadline. However, I still think that, if council made some move in the next couple of days to tell ABAG that they had some concerns, that's going to have more impact than 7 council members' comments that are somehow going to be heroically put together by Rachel and passed along to them. So I would still favor having them basically tell ABAG, like we just heard tonight that Cupertino did, that they take a longer look. And the timeline that was questioned by some of the public speakers is not very substantial, because this isn't going to finish until winter of 2021. So everything else is going to be going at the same pace anyway. So that's where I would leave my comments at this point. I think the stakes are high, and I honestly do believe that local control is in jeopardy if we don't move on the allocations. So that at the end of the day, that is going to be our assignment, or whatever those allocations are. But taking time to push it back in ABAG and say, give some considerations to some of these things to make it better for the whole region, not just Palo Alto, is the thing to do. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Lowing. All right. Commissioner Rupivar, I saw your hand up earlier. Do you still have comments?
Sure, I'll make them brief because they're going to echo a lot of what Commissioner Lowing said. I don't think RHNA has worked, and I do think, and the reason is because I've done a lot of reading on RHNA. It has had no teeth until recently. Like you can allocate 10,000, 20,000 units, but when there are no repercussions, no one's going to feel obligated to build or not. So that number is kind of meaningless. As a result, Commissioner Hackman, I'm going to have to disagree with you, even though almost always I agree with you on everything. I do think we're going to see, and I think we've seen it, a lot more streamlining, SB 35, ADU streamlining from state. I think we're going to continue to see it in order to put pressure on cities to take these numbers seriously. And you can say you want housing all you want, but you got to put your money where your mouth is and make it happen. I did also want to not call out, but it's not the cities that are building these houses. Like, we all agree that we want housing. It's very important. But what are we doing to get to it, right? Like, we can't just sit here and say, we want more affordable housing, we want this. We need to use the tools that are at our disposal to make it happen. And for me, I see those tools as being, you know, our zoning, or if we want affordable housing, then we need to figure out a way to loosen our requirements or create incentives to get the private sector to come in and build the housing we want. We can't say we want it, yet keep our rules so tight that it doesn't pencil. They're not going to come in and build it for free. They're not going to go bankrupt building it. It makes no business sense. So I think what we really need to do is drill down and like get into the nuts and bolts and make the changes that are needed in order to attract the type of housing and the type of diversity and community that we want to see in this city. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Vice Chair Rupavar. Commissioner Suma.
Okay, so I kind of made a lot of comments in my question period, but I did want to say I appreciate the comments of Commissioner Lowing, and I think what we really need to do is realize that we are hogging too many of the jobs in Palo Alto that people in other regions and other parts of California really need. So if we need to have a city council that's committed to not creating more of that kind of office, then people will build housing. Housing is worth about between $1,000 and $2,000 a square foot. You know, housing has a lot of value in it, but office still has more. So if we want to encourage housing to be built, and if we want a portion of it to be inclusionary, but I think we need to think out of the box about funding methodologies for deed restricted, truly affordable housing. But I think in as much as the regional housing needs determination has been sort of a suggestion and aspirational, which I think is fair because as Commissioner Rupavar points out, we can't force developers to build. But I think if you look at table 1, very low and low together in the last cycle got 25.9%. And above moderate, which is people making more than average, the county income, got twice as much almost. The optics of that are wrong and the realities of it are wrong. So I think we need to change that, and we need to abandon a housing allocation that depends on jobs and understand that that's probably the wrong methodology and has resulted in the opposite of what we want, which is a less inclusive Palo Alto. And I'm sure other cities have experienced this also, because inclusivity and diversity is inconsistent with ever rising housing prices. It's important to remember that in the last decade, San Francisco has lost over 50% of its African-American population. And it's not because they don't want to live in the places they grew up or where their community and neighbors are, it's because they can no longer afford it. And in many cases, there's a displacement problem, which will always happen. And I agree with Assistant Director Tanner that you can't completely eliminate displacement because things get redeveloped. But we should be working on a regional system that emphasizes the goals that we have. And for me, those goals would be, if they're diversity and equity and inclusivity, then we're not doing that. And the tables 1 and tables 5 in our staff report show that. So, and as to the transit problem, we do not have rich transit in the Bay Area. San Francisco has the best transit in the Bay Area. Maybe San Jose has pretty good transit too, but some of their transit modalities never get used, like the light rail was a bust. Nobody ever uses it. Sorry, my hair is falling down. And then, but public transit use has gone down steadily in the Bay Area every year. And there may be a lot of reasons for that. And most of the experts now do not believe that the cost of building new public transit now is so astronomical that it's not going to happen. So we need to think of more creative ways to move people around the Bay Area in the future, probably with smaller electric vans and whatnot. I'm sure Commissioner Riggs can tell us more about that than I can. But it also is important to remember that MTCA BAG was planning a huge tax increase. It was going to be on the 2020 ballot. I think it was tens of billions of dollars to fund new transit ideas, which they abandoned because they didn't think it would fly in this climate as a new tax. And so they've kept basically the idea of adding all these housing and jobs the same, but they abandoned the transit that was going to go along with it. So for me, this process is broken, and we need to, I think we should start over. I don't see the value in it as it is. So I'm very, I'm disappointed that there aren't many options now, and I appreciate that Assistant Director Tanner, that we can still be involved in the methodology, so to speak. But I have tried very hard to be involved in the MTC ABAG and the RENA process, and it's really difficult, and they don't do a lot of outreach. And I think that the staff report acknowledges that. So I'm looking for a new approach here that that maybe if we should be allocating something in the region, it's jobs, not housing. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Suma. Commissioner Alchek.
Okay. Yeah, you sent it to me, great. Okay, I'm just looking at this one slide to pull up the number of market rate units that we developed
if you'd like.
in our, what was that?
You can display that slide if you.
Yeah, that would be nice, actually.
If you can give me control, Ben.
So just so we're clear, is above moderate market rate?
Yes.
Okay.
And even moderate
so,
could be considered some market rate housing. It varies a little bit, but yeah, above moderate is definitely market rate.
Okay. So I'm highlighting this point that I hear a lot, and I'm consistently pushing for below market rate housing, but I think I think the question we should ask ourselves is 420 market rate units the right number for Palo Alto? Does that seem like the market rate seems to be taking, like, Commissioner Lowing says, well, the market rate takes care of itself. I'm not so sure. I think that's actually a wrong. I don't think market rate housing is getting built. I think we have a supply problem, and particularly in Palo Alto, look, we did the commercial cap. I think now we have to focus on our supply problem, and if we have 27,000 housing units in Palo Alto, is 420 in 5 years at market rate. Does that suggest really that the market is taking care of itself? I think I would make the case that the market is not taking care of itself. I think the market is highly dysfunctional. I think if you make the case that the market takes care of itself in the state of California or Northern California or the Bay Area, then you are not appreciating that the market is exceptionally dysfunctional. And this effort that we're making seems at its heart to address, some of the needs that even wealthy individuals can sort of work their way through a dysfunctional market, but there's a whole category of individuals who can't, and so this effort is really trying to identify a path for us to sort of create opportunities for that development. I don't think this exercise, you know, one thing Commissioner Lowing said earlier is, you know, we agree on we have to build the housing. I don't think this exercise is building any housing. And anybody that suggests that our hypothetical of 4,500 units, or, I mean, you have to go to 2015 or 1980, anybody that suggests that that number is too high, just tell me what the number is then. What is the number? Is it 600? What is the number of units that you think is appropriate for development in Palo Alto? I think we got to put the cards on the table, because we hear a lot about how the number is too high, the number is too high, the number is too high. And I want to know what number that other people think is reasonable. I think Commissioner Rubavar made a good point that RENA hasn't succeeded in achieving. You know, the funny thing is, I don't think RENA's goal was ever to you know, succeed in the actual development. I mean, one of the things that Plan Bay Area, you know, and the vision and RENA, all of them articulate that this doesn't necessarily mean that the housing gets created. Local municipalities have oversight in this process. I think for some people out there, and maybe for some who are even progressive when it comes to national politics, I think this number is shaming them. I think it's uncomfortable when it's uncomfortable to imagine that, you know, we built less than 150 units that could be described as somewhat affordable or very, very affordable in the last 5 years in a city that has all these resources. And the resource, to answer one of the questions, I think, let me pull that, if we could pull that PowerPoint back up. I think to answer one of the questions about which methodology I like the most, I think I like the balanced equity jobs transportation methodology. I may be understanding it wrong, but I think a methodology that's more sensitive to environmental impacts is probably a better methodology. And so if I understood the methodologies right, it seemed like that one placed a higher emphasis on proximity, but I could be wrong. Because I think it was a little complicated understanding the relative impact of the different factors.
We do have a slide about how much influence each factor offers.
Which slide number is that? Just so, which slide number is that?
It's in the staff report, as well as a pocket slide, if we keep going.
I don't know, do you know the number? Because I have it open on a separate page and I'm sort of referring to it.
Vin has, oh, let me check the packet page number.
I don't mean to stop there. I would just suggest that I think that should be a factor. And the reason why, and this sort of dovetails onto something that Commissioner Suma mentioned, is because our transportation infrastructure is so weak. You know,
Packet
so
page 9, if you want to look at it, Commissioner Alchak, it does kind of break down each of the factors.
Packet page 9, is that what we said?
29.
29, okay.
The table 4.
Yeah, I mean, I would suggest that for, you know, council to, if one of the goals here is to identify what methodology, you know, represents our values the most, I think that to the extent that we are, this dovetails into our conversation last meeting, right, about reducing sort of our greenhouse impacts, right? So to some extent, I think we have to sort of align what are our top priorities in Palo Alto, and then how does that, which methodology supports those priorities. So it would be interesting to have that conversation. Again, I asked this question in the beginning, which was, is there, can we actually make a connection between the number that we're going to get assigned and the number of units that we're going to build? And I continue to think that that connection is very weak. And I am not advocating that the state take this out of our hands. I am suggesting that we can't build this housing. Simply talking about it or accepting the number doesn't get it built. The hard work is not, although I will tell you that it is challenging, time consuming. It is an expensive undertaking to develop our housing element and work on all the zoning and figuring out where all the numbers go. And this body did that not that long ago, but participated in that not that long ago. And it seems like a lot of effort for what we got out of it. But the real work is in creating an environment where we can imagine developments like, the ill-fated Maybell, or, developments that are similar to, the makeup of the President Hotel, right? Popping up in other places in our community. And there doesn't seem to be an appetite for that. And so until we have to sort of reconcile how, where I almost think it's like moot to lose sleep over this number, because all the evidence of the past, let's just say 3 cycles, suggests that it didn't impact the actual growth in our community significantly. And I think that it's, someone used the word the phrase red herring tonight. I think it's sort of a red herring to get the community worked up about the allocation and the fear, because it hasn't played out. You can go on Google and type in RENA allocation Palo Alto, and you will find in 2007 the same discussion online that you will find happening today. And almost, it's like you can't tell which decade you're in. It's the same. The number is too high. The number is insensitive to the situation. I don't know that we've ever been comfortable with feeling, and that's all it is. I don't know that we've ever been comfortable with feeling more responsible, because it doesn't make us responsible.
Commissioner Alchek, I'm going to interject here just to acknowledge that it's 10 o'clock, and
okay. Appreciate that.
I know some of our members aren't able to stay too much longer. So
I'll try to wrap this up in a minute.
Thank you.
My point would be that I don't know that it's worth the effort to write a letter. I think there's a disconnect between what people think there seems to be some disconnect between what people think the appeal relates to and what it actually relates to with respect to Palo Alto. I think there will be a time when there is a number that people will feel like they would like to appeal. And I think at that point, we probably will find that there's a lot of community pressure to do so, but I don't think we're there yet. And I'll end on this note. The greatest challenge I have found on this commission when it comes to housing is that, and this is a procedural issue as well as a sort of bigger picture issue, which is just that we'll take on one component, we'll agendize, this one facet of the Rubik's Cube that is the housing problem. And it's almost impossible to lay out the discussion in the steps that we need to solve this Rubik's Cube, right? How do we approach the zoning? How do we approach that? What do we think the methodology should be for allocations? How do we approach incentivizing housing development? How do we deal with funding and sources of funding for housing development? And how do we create partnerships with providers of housing? so that we actually see those results. And I think it's interesting that we keep having these separate conversations, and it always leads to this moment where we realize that we're missing that next discussion. And so it presumably sometime between now and 2023, we'll have a housing element that has new zoning opportunities for the additional units, whatever they are, that they're going to get allocated. And it seems to me like the right thing to do would be to agendize a conversation now that says, assuming whatever number you want, 2,000, 6,000, what are we comfortable with respect to the development standards that would allow the areas that are most suitable for development to develop in a way that could reach 25% of whatever you think that number will be, because that's the best we got last time. And so if you were comfortable with 500 and you think the number is going to go up by to 4,000, then let's go through an exercise where we say, okay, let's just say we want to build 1,000 units. What would we have to do to get comfortable with that? Because what project would we be comfortable with? I think that discussion should happen sooner than later. And I don't know how to jumpstart it, but to me, that's the real discussion that needs to take place. And I think last comment, I think it would be nice if we invited members of ABAG to a conversation like this. I think we have local constituents who might be a part of the organization, because I think sometimes we get to this place where we're like, they, and who are they, and how could they, and and this is the effort, the Plan Bay Area effort is really wonderful at heart. If you read the vision, I would encourage anybody that's watching to go check out the website and get a sense for the storyline here and what we're trying to accomplish, because I think there's a lot more for possible for connection here. Anyways, all right.
Thank you, Commissioner Alchek. I don't see any more hands up, so I am going to give you one last moment, and then we're going to close this item. All right. Thank you. It was a great discussion, lots of activity and engagement from staff, from the community, and from the commissioners. I appreciate you all, and I hope that staff, you got what you were looking for. All right, so let's move on then. I believe we have approval of the minutes. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Suma. Any seconds? Commissioner Heckman, would you like to second that? No?
Well, actually, with a friendly amendment, the minutes that we're talking about are the June 10th, and I did submit revisions to that, to those minutes. So I'd like that version approved.
Maker, would you like to incorporate that amendment?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, it is moved and seconded. Let's please take a vote. Oh, I see Commissioner Heckman's hand up. Did you want to say something other than that comment?
That was it. Thank you.
Oh, excellent. Sorry, I had on the other side of my screen, so it's out of my vision. Thank you. All right, so let's do a voice vote. Mr. Nguyen.
Okay, Commissioner Alchek.
Yeah, aye.
Commissioner Heckman.
Aye.
Commissioner Lowing. Commissioner Lowing.
Yes.
Commissioner Riggs.
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupavar.
Aye.
Commissioner Suma.
Yes.
Chair Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Yeah, too bad we don't have any of those objects from the Oracle still.
All right.
Nosy,
So
put the big horn in there.
questions, comments, announcements, and future agenda items. I'll remind everyone that we did cover a lot of this earlier today. If you do have comments, please keep them brief, but you may raise your hands. All right.
Question.
Yes.
The new timing on our agendas, is that, I honestly felt like the first, the VMT item was a little rushed. So
that one was for sure. I agree with your comments there. We actually only had 1 hour with that consultant. So we were trying to make sure everyone could fit it in. That was per the budget that was provided. So it wasn't our.
No, I appreciate that, but I think our staff can answer most of our questions too.
That's true too. All right. So any other feedback about having timing on the schedule? Was that helpful or not helpful?
I think it's fine as a suggestion. I think it's helpful for the public as long as it doesn't limit our conversation.
All right.
I liked it. Thought it was helpful.
Yeah, I thought so too. I think it's also nice to help us make sure we're not overloaded on a particular evening, although we did go overtime here. So we'll try and wrap it up. Great. Commissioner Lowen.
Any report on the NVCAP timing?
Yes, we had 2 subcommittee meetings last month, and we have 2 more at the end of this month, which will be, well, at the end, one on the 21st of June at 5:30 to 8:30, and one on the 28th of June from 5:30 to 8:30. And then we will hopefully be reconvening as a large group in August. And it is our hope that we would come back to the PTC. I think if we can, as a working group, get to our 2 draft alternatives that we want to bring back, I'm hoping we could work with the consultants to make them look very pretty and come back to PTC by October. That'd be my hope.
You did that all from memory. You didn't even look at your calendar.
That one I know by heart.
I wanted to add one little thing about the NVCAP, and that is for those of you who are interested in alternative methods, maybe then for funding affordable housing, there was one alternative, I think it was alternative M, that was submitted that had a very new and different idea about affordable housing, which I think didn't get the consideration. It's probably the beginning of an idea, not the end of an idea, and the beginning of a plan, not the end of the plan for alternative M. But I think it was sort of so different than the other alternatives that I don't think it got the discussion it deserved, particularly if the idea for funding affordable housing, which is totally different. I won't go into the details now. I will just say, if you're interested, go read the alternative and pay attention to alternative M's idea about funding affordable housing. Oh, and you know, the other thing that I've always thought was unfair is that when we saved Buena Vista as naturally affordable housing, we were not able to add that to our RENA numbers because it was already existing, which kind of, I think we should always remind ourselves when we're feeling bad about that we did a tremendous job saving Buena Vista.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Suma. Any last comments? All right. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.